Our next speaker this morning is Zoe Lee.
The bogus budget that's trying to be passed today through the Committee on Finance because Christmas is next week. Just know we will be working hard to unseat all of you. It's time to clean house, and our volunteer list is growing every day. The budget is not for the working class and not for small businesses to grow. Only more money, tax increment financing, TIF, sent to CPS to continue harming our children. That's why we must come for the disgraced 50 and the pitiful 20. It's uncomfortable truth. Now, Brandon, you have really embarrassed the city. You really do not know what you're doing. You don't care, and you're arrogant, and you act like you a baddie. You act like we owe you. Tell Mayor Stacey Davis Gates Davis, whatever her name is, to tell you to step down and get somebody else in here to save our city. You can't tax any corporations because we don't have any corporations. Y'all killed them through COVID. Okay, so you really owe them something. If you want to tax corporations, let's talk about these real estate corporations. Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo should be paying out the A for black people. If you want to talk about corporations, you're not laying off anybody, but you're going to raise them raises that nobody should get.
Raise them raises.
Nobody should get a raise. That's crazy.
No raises.
No boat yacht tax.
No boat yacht tax.
No tax, period. The migrant crisis, that's what you needed to talk about. That $2.2 billion that you and the Progressive Hispanic KKK caucus stole.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the COVID-19 surplus money. Let's talk about that epidemiology money.
Yeah, epidemiology.
Let's talk about that line item for that $220 million in this 2026 budget that you put in 2024.
Yeah.
For new arrivals.
New arrivals.
When I'm homeless.
I'm homeless.
Because you won't settle my case because you arrogant. Because you a baddie. You a Tony Preckwinkle. Why Tony Preckwinkle just spent $1 million on a new home? Yeah. Why y'all property taxes going up through the roof?
What's up?
Trump, the beautiful African ladies of America in Chicago, we need your help.
Yep, that's right. Bring
We
on
need
the
your
Trump.
help, and we need you to bring the feds.
Bring the feds.
Federal oversight.
Federal oversight.
We need federal oversight because they're stealing black people's
They
property.
stealing black people's
And
property
he's
in
doing
Chicago.
it with the Lions Den. Joshua Davis, Stephen Davis.
Wait, that ended?
Our next speaker this morning is
Oh, that was it. All right. Whew. Man, she was giving it, wasn't she? They ain't playing. They ain't playing. They ain't playing. They are not playing in Chicago. I'm going to say hello to everybody who came in real quick. We're going to start watching Trump. He started speaking a few minutes ago, but I got it paused because that's how the technology works. Alva Chesser. Alva Chesser. Good evening, all. Jim, I found you're sitting with you logic. Well, that's great. And won't be in the chat, but they're going to be here. Well, thanks for being here. H.J. Remy's here. Cheryl G's here. Came over to watch on the TV. Won't be in chat much. That's right. All right. Charvan. How you doing? Catherine K's here. What's up? Great to see you. What the F's here too. Great. Spuds is here. Yeah. Who else is here? Audra's here. Great to see you, Audra. H.J. Remy. Who's your Spuds? Yeah. Lisa Day's here. Chicago's broke, but everybody raises. Yeah, right. Kevin's here. What's up? You're going to hurt the neck with those head gestures. That's right. Her blood pressure's getting a raise. It is. Speak them facts. Yeah, beautiful African. Oh, yeah, she's a beautiful African woman. Hail, Jules, what's up? Handy Danny's here. We need Tiffany Henyard to come in here. That's right. Super Mayor. I think Jim is actually black. Get the band back together. I am, man. That's me. I am. Joe, Good Logic has raided the stream. What do you know? All those red shirts, they like them. Apparently in the ghetto watching. I'm in the ghetto watching your stream. Okay, cool. Thanks for being here. Hit the like button. All right, well, let's get started. Let's get started with Trump real quick. Here we go. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I'll shut him off. I'm sorry. They'll be off right now. I totally forgot to shut them off. That's my bad. My oopsie. I got it right now. They're done. I forgot to shut them off. I fucked it up. I'm sorry. But they are fixed now. It is fixed now. My bad. My bad. Here we go with the Trump.
"11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it. When I took office, inflation was the worst in 48 years, and some would say in the history of our country, which caused prices to be higher than ever before, making life unaffordable for millions and millions of Americans. This happened during a Democrat administration, and it's
How you
when
doing,
we
Troy?
first began hearing the word affordability. Our border was open, and because of this, our country was being invaded by an army of 25 million people, many
The
who
volume
came
good?
from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums. They were drug dealers, gang members, and even 11,888 murderers, more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. This is what the Biden administration allowed to happen to our country, and it can never be allowed to happen again. We had men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, crime at record levels with law enforcement, and words such as that just absolutely forbidden. We had the worst trade deals ever made, and our country was laughed at from all over the world. But they're not laughing anymore. Over the past 11 months, we have brought more positive change to Washington than any administration in American history. There's never been anything like it, and I think most would agree. I was elected in a landslide, winning the popular vote and all 7 swing states and everything else, with a mandate to take on a sick and corrupt system that really just took the wealth from people and crushed the dreams of the American people. For the last 4 years, the United States was ruled by politicians who fought only for insiders, illegal aliens, career criminals, corporate lobbyists, prisoners, terrorists, and above all, foreign nations, which took advantage of us at levels never seen before. They flooded your cities and towns with illegal aliens. They decimated your hard-earned savings. They indoctrinated your children with hate for America, they just released a level of violent felons that we had never seen to prey on innocent. They caused war. They caused mayhem. They caused a horrible situation all over the globe. But now you have a president who fights for the law-abiding, hardworking people of our country, the ones who make this nation run, who make this nation work. And after just 1 year, we have achieved more than anyone could have imagined. Starting on day one, I took immediate action to stop the invasion of our southern border. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been allowed into our country, a feat which everyone said was absolutely impossible. Do you remember when Joe Biden said that he needed Congress to pass legislation to help close the border? He was always blaming Congress and everyone else. As it turned out, we didn't need legislation. We just needed a new president.
That's right.
We inherited the worst border anywhere in the world, and we quickly turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. In other words, in a few short months, we went from worst to best. We're deporting criminals, restoring safety to our most dangerous cities. Just take a look at Washington, D.C. It's at levels of safety that we've never seen before. And they decimated the bloodthirsty foreign drug cartels. We did that all by ourselves with our people, and we're so proud of it because they were poisoning and destroying our population. Drugs brought in by ocean and by sea are now down 94%. We have broken the grip of sinister woke radicals in our schools, and control over those schools is back now in the hands of our great and loving states where education belongs. After rebuilding the United States military in my first term, and with the addition we are adding right now, we have the most powerful military anywhere in the world, and it's not even close. I've restored American strength, settled 8 wars in 10 months, destroyed the Iran nuclear threat, and ended the war in Gaza, bringing for the first time in 3,000 years peace to the Middle East, and secured the release of the hostages, both living and dead. Here at home, we're bringing our economy back from the brink of ruin. The last administration and their allies in Congress looted our treasury for trillions of dollars, driving up prices and everything at levels never seen before. I am bringing those high prices down and bringing them down very fast. Let's look at the facts. Under the Biden administration, car prices rose 22%, and in many states, 30% or more. Gasoline rose 30 to 50%. Hotel rates rose 37%. Airfares rose 31%. Now, under our leadership, they are all coming down and coming down fast. Democrat politicians also sent the cost of groceries soaring, but we are solving that too. The price of a Thanksgiving turkey was down 33% compared to the Biden last year. The price of eggs is down 82% since March, and everything else is falling rapidly. And it's not done yet, but boy, are we making progress. Nobody can believe what's going on. Here are just some of the efforts that we have underway. You will see in your wallets and bank accounts in the new year. After years of record-setting falling incomes, our policies are boosting take-home pay at a historic pace. Under Biden, real wages plummeted by $3,000. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has seen a wage increase of $1,300. For construction workers, it's $1,800. For miners, we're bringing back clean, beautiful coal. It's $3,300. And for the first time in years, wages are rising much faster than inflation. Remember that. The wages, just look at it. Wages are going up much faster than inflation. How big is that? Very importantly, there are more people working today than at any time in American history, and 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that. 100% of all jobs have been in the private sector rather than government, which is the only way to make a country powerful and great. This historic trend will continue. Already, I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of investment into the United States, which means jobs, wage increases, growth, factory openings, and far greater national security. Much of this success has been accomplished by tariffs. My favorite word, tariffs, which for many decades have been used successfully by other countries against us, but not anymore. Companies know that if they build in America, there are no tariffs, and that's why they're coming home to the USA in record numbers. They're building factories and plants at levels we haven't seen, AI, automobiles. We're doing what nobody thought was even possible, not even remotely possible. There has never, frankly, been anything like it. 1 year ago, our country was dead. We were absolutely dead. Our country was ready to fail, totally failed. Now, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world, and that's said by every single leader that I've spoken to over the last 5 months. Next year, you will also see the results of the largest tax cuts in American history that were really accomplished through our great, big, beautiful bill, perhaps the most sweeping legislation ever passed in Congress. We wrapped 12 different bills up into one beautiful bill. That includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Under these cuts, many families will be saving between $11,000 and $20,000 a year, and next spring is projected to be the largest tax refund season of all time. Because of tariffs, along with the just passed One Big Beautiful Bill, tonight I am also proud to announce that more than 1,450,000, think of this, 1,450,000 military service members will receive a special, we call Warrior Dividend before Christmas, a Warrior Dividend. In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that. And the checks are already on the way. Nobody understood that one until about 30 minutes ago. We made a lot more money than anybody thought because of tariffs, and the bill helped us along. Nobody deserves it more than our military, and I say congratulations to everybody. And by the way, we now have record enlistment in our military, and last year we had among the worst recruitment numbers in our military's history. What a difference a year makes. In addition, I'm doing what no politician of either party has ever done, standing up to the special interests to dramatically reduce the price of prescription drugs. I negotiated directly with the drug companies and foreign nations, which were taking advantage of our country for many decades, to slash prices on drugs and pharmaceuticals by as much as 400, 500, and even 600%. In other words, your drug costs will be plummeting downward, and I used the threat of tariffs to get foreign countries who would never have done it to pay the cost of this giant dollar reduction. They stopped ripping us off, and it began as of 4 days ago. There has never been anything like this in the history of our country. Drugs have only gone up, but now they'll be going down by numbers never conceived possible. It's called Most Favored Nation, and no president has ever had the courage or ability to get this done until now. The first of these unprecedented price reductions will be available starting in January through a new website, trumprx.gov. And these big price cuts will greatly reduce the cost of health care. I'm also taking on the gigantic health insurance companies that have gotten rich on billions of dollars of money that should go directly to the people. The money should go to the people, that's you, so they can buy their own health insurance, which will give far better benefits at much lower costs. It will be far better health insurance. The current Unaffordable Care Act was created to make insurance companies rich. It was bad health care at much too high a cost. And you see that now in the steep increase in premiums being demanded by the Democrats, and they are demanding those increases, and it's their fault. It is not the Republicans' fault. It's the Democrats' fault. It's the Unaffordable Care Act, and everybody knew it. Again, I want the money to go directly to the people so you can buy your own health care. You'll get much better health care at a much lower price. The only losers will be insurance companies that have gotten rich, and the Democrat Party, which is totally controlled by those same insurance companies. They will not be happy, but that's okay with me, because you, the people, are finally going to be getting great health care at a lower cost. Another major focus is the cost of energy. For years, the radical left Democrats exploited the green energy scam as an excuse to funnel many billions of dollars into their own massive slush funds, as their energy restrictions drastically drove up prices, and they drove them up at record levels. Electricity costs surged 30 to 100% under Biden, and the typical family lost $5,000 to $10,000 in higher energy costs. Think of that, $5,000 to $10,000 you lost. On day one, I declared a national energy emergency. Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in much of the country. In some states, it, by the way, just hit $1.99 a gallon. And within the next 12 months, we will have opened 1,600 new electrical generating plants, a record, and it's a record that won't be beaten by practically, I would say, by anybody, or certainly not very soon. Prices on electricity and everything else will fall dramatically. The Democrat inflation disaster, again, the worst in the history of our country, also robbed millions of Americans of home ownership and indeed the American dream. The yearly cost of a typical new mortgage increased by $15,000 under Democrat rule. In 11 months, we've already gotten that annual cost down by $3,000, and it's coming down a lot lower. Wait till you see. The numbers are going to be shocking. And I'll soon announce our next chairman of the Federal Reserve, someone who believes in lower interest rates by a lot, and mortgage payments will be coming down even further. Early the new year, and you will see this, in the new year, I will announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history. A major factor in driving up housing costs was the colossal border invasion. We have never been invaded. This is the worst thing that, frankly, in my opinion, the worst thing that the Biden administration did to our country is the invasion at the border. The last administration and their allies in Congress brought in millions and millions of migrants and gave them taxpayer-funded housing, while your rent and housing costs skyrocketed. Over 60% of growth in the rental market came from foreign migrants. At the same time, illegal aliens stole American jobs and flooded emergency rooms, getting free health care and education paid for by you, the American taxpayer. They also increased the cost of law enforcement by numbers so high that they are not even to be mentioned. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration as migrants go back home, leaving more housing and more jobs for Americans. In the year before my election, all net creation of jobs was going to foreign migrants. Since I took office, 100% of all net job creation has gone to American-born citizens, 100%. In the end, government either serves the productive, patriotic, hardworking American citizen, or it serves those who break the laws, cheat the system, and seek power and profit at the expense of our nation. Look at Minnesota, where Somalians have taken over the economics of the state and have stolen billions and billions of dollars from Minnesota and indeed from the United States of America. And we're going to put an end to it. For so long as before my election, the vast majority of good and decent Americans were forced to watch as corrupt politicians plundered the halls of power, exploited our taxpayers, and pillaged every system that makes civilized society function. But not anymore, and you see that every day, not anymore. We're putting America first, and we are making America great again. Very simple. We are making America great again. Tonight, after 11 months, our border is secure. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation is strong. America is respected. And our country is back, stronger than ever before. We're poised for an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen. Soon we will host the World Cup and the Olympics, both of which I got. But most importantly, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. There could be no more fitting tribute to this epic milestone than to complete the comeback of America that began just 1 year ago. When the world looks at us next year, let them see a nation that is loyal to its citizens, faithful to its workers, confident to its identity, certain to its destiny, and the envy of the entire globe. We are respected again like we have never been respected before. To each and every one of you, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. God bless you all.
Okay. I guess that's it. It's wasn't any. I thought it was going to be an announcement about something like just him bragging about all the stuff he says he's done great. So he's really talking faster than normal. I'd love to see our economy boom. Yeah, I'd love to see the economy boom too. You know. So let's see. Let's go back in the chat here and talk to some people and see. Spud says, due to taqiyya, it should be illegal for Muslims to hold public office because their oath is worthless. When I went to Seattle in mid-August, it was almost $5 a gallon. Well, a lot of the gas prices are actually going to be controlled by the state taxes, like states and counties and municipalities put taxes on gasoline. You know, they put special taxes on cigarettes. They put special taxes on things that people, you know, have to have. Like people that smoke have to have cigarettes. So like, oh, we can get money from that. And then blue states are not loving states. Bullshit. Lawmakers and law enforcement won't do it. They're talking about the border. Love the hard truth, not polished political BS. Breaking. Bongino's resignation redacted by Bondi. Good one. I want to thank everybody who's here, all the people that came over from Good Logic. I hope you enjoy the show. I'll try to do my best to live up to the standards set by Joe and not boomer out too much. You were hoping for public hangings. Well, it's not over yet. So, Charvon wasn't impressed. We pounded so much sand and only see gas prices rise. Yeah. Lots of the medical canes, lidocaine, novocaine, marcaine, opthane, etc. Okay, I think they're talking about what comes from cocaina, the coca plant. So yes, it has many medical uses. So Travis says nothing has changed in California. Well, it's only so much they can do it. And Cheryl says, I'm in South Carolina. All my sisters are in Florida. You got sisters in Florida? Tell them I said hi. I'm in Florida. Mainly seemed like a fireside chat. Tard on Tim Pool still reeing about Trump lies. Well, which Tard? He gets a lot of Tards on there. Dropping warheads on drug prices is something I can support. Jarvis is great, more welfare. Yeah, I'm not, I do know, I've heard a lot of reporting that they are, Bongino's resignation is still on Bondi's desk and can't be found. Thanks for looking at that. Makes sense. That all the everyone on Snap has to resubmit all the paperwork to get back on it. I've seen reporting on that. So that's one way they're going to get around it. Now I do have another quick little video, which I was going to open with, but I think I'll play it now and maybe we'll see what you guys think. This is now premiering Newscom's Nightmare, a Toy Story featuring Nicki Minaj, Botus, J.D. Vance, Chucky, and Franklin, and of course Gavin Newscomb. So let's see.
I could tell he the one, cause they hated on him. Used to be a
So I don't know. It's this is a nice Nicki song. Yeah, it seems like it's a good song. Not 100% sure. Probably gonna have to edit it out later, copyright reasons and all that stuff. But anyway, let's get into some news. All right, how's it going? Hey, Chris is here. What's up? Great to see you. And I forgot to say, there is a goal, as there is every night, for the show usually lasts about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. But if we get $100 in total donations across all platforms, Cash App, PayPal, Ko-fi, Ko-fi, whatever it's called, and also Super Chats and Rumble Rants, how did I get kicked off of Instagram already? Oh, I wonder if it's from the music. I wonder if that music got me kicked off of Instagram. Wow. Okay, well, I guess it is what it is. Okay, dokie. No Instagram. Oh yeah, Instagram has weird stuff because it's Facebook. They have weird stuff about music, don't they? Anyway, so whatever. So yeah, so how do you feel about being complimented by that guy yesterday? I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I have zero problem with I don't care what people do in their own personal life. It doesn't bother me any. And as long as nobody touches me, I kind of have the same stance as Francis from Stripes. If you know what I'm talking about, then you know what I'm talking about. Cheryl says, have a good night. I'll sleep well tonight. Okay, you too. So back to the goal. When we hit 100, Rumble Rants, YouTube Super Chats, any memberships or gifted memberships all get added up. And if we hit 100, we add an extra hour to the show. For each 100, we add an extra hour to the show. So the show could go 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, however long you, the audience, wants it to go. There's plenty of stuff to talk about. And also, we do have an added type of bonus, per se. When we hit 50, we activate Bellavision, which is, there you can see little mini Bella. Don't worry, she's here. She's just not in the room at this moment. If Bellavision gets activated, I will fetch her. But anyway, unless, of course, a individual donation of $25 or more comes in, then it automatically activates Bellavision. But anyway, let's get into the news. All right? Let's get into the news. Because I don't know if you guys know, but Operation Midway Blitz didn't end. It's still going on. Reese says, I've been hit on by fruits. Also, it's flattering, even though it's not my bag. Yeah. I go, well, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Hey, Rachel's here. What's up, Rachel? Great to see you. And Tony's here. What's up, Anthony? How you doing? Soldier of Providence. Nice. Alabama's been active with ICE. Yeah, they're everywhere, but they're back in Chicago. Video shows apparent immigration arrest, tear gas deployed as CBP Chief Greg Bovino, returns to Chicago. Most illegal truckers with no licenses, not even fake ones. Yeah. Community members say the operation netted at least 15 people. Customs and Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino has returned to Chicago. Immigration enforcement operations were spotted taking place once again around the city on Tuesday. Agents spent most of their morning in the little village where the sounds of whistles blasted to alert everyone within earshot. Videos show apparent tear gas being deployed during an immigration crackdown. The community groups say netted at least 15 people in the area. We have determined that there were 15 arrests on the southwest side, including a tamale vendor and a day laborer. Any Humani, what the hell, that's a name? Any Humani with a Southwest Side Rapid Response Team and the Brighton Park Neighborhood Council said. So those detained include one person was seen being pinned to the ground and then led away. Yes, Jim was blushing all day. Yeah, it's odd that we've heard so much less about the deportations lately. Shervon says, if you think a man hitting on you is flattering, you may be gay. No, I don't. I mean, like I said, I take the stance the same as Francis from Stripes. If you know, you know. They arrested a young man on 26th and Kedvale. He was on his bike. They just jumped on him, 4 agents. They were very rough with him. And we then exited the vehicle and told them that this is an illegal arrest. Oh, okay. Who are you? Baltazar Enriquez with the Little Village Community Council. We then encountered them on Ridgeway in 26th and our neighbors. They were shooting rubber bullets at people, innocent people. Oh. They were just telling them they're not welcome here. Oh, okay. They're not welcome here. Let's see.
Know that we will take you to court. We will take you to court. We're being non-violent. We're being non-violent. You are the ones that are being aggressive. No, we're warning you. We're warning you. We're warning you. This is our neighborhood. This is our neighborhood. You are violating court orders. Look at how goofy you are. You don't even know Little Village. Welcome to Little Village. Welcome to Little Village. Look at this one on the sidewalk. This guy's on the sidewalk. Look at getting on the sidewalk. Getting on the sidewalk. He's getting on the sidewalk. Look at this, guys. Look at, hey, GX35. GX35, you're violating court orders. GX35, you're violating court orders. They tell you not to terrorize neighborhoods. They tell you not to terrorize neighborhoods.
Oh, why'd they cut the sound out? I wonder what the guy was doing and saying that they decided to cut the sound out.
You're betraying the Constitution. You should be protecting the Constitution from terrorists like Trump. He's a terrorist.
Oh.
And you are over here terrorizing innocent people. Shame on you guys. Shame on you. You are terrorizing communities, not going after criminals like y'all say you was. You are not going after criminals. Shame on you.
Yeah, shame on you. Surveillance video also captured a tamale vendor being taken into custody seconds after arriving at 47th and Hermitage on Tuesday morning. His cart was left abandoned. Every illegal alien needs to be deported. Every one. Every single one. Yeah, innocent illegal aliens. Yes, that's their logic. What court orders? The court orders that keep getting stayed and overruled. Those court orders. A judge ruled today that illegals do not have constitutional rights. Yes, because they don't. Supreme Court has held that they are not part of the people as defined by the Constitution. They're not. They weren't invited here. They're not here with our permission. They're not here part of our civic community, upholding and honoring and loyal to the United States. They're not. So they don't have constitutional rights. Deport the supporting Americans too. Yes, these people are exhausting, John Donnelly. Yes, they are. And there's hundreds of students on the foreign activist scholarships. Yes, they got to go. No wonder we can't understand the call centers. Yeah, right? I see stupidity terrorizing neighborhoods. Yes. Yeah, you get $300,000 a year to be an activist on campus. I want the judges removed too, like yesterday. So the Department of Homeland Security said in a post on X that one of the people arrested threw a rock at a CBP vehicle. DHS says a man from Mexico is in the U.S. illegally and has a criminal history, including domestic battery, aggravated assault, burglary, and domestic violence. In Chicago, they call that a Sunday. To those who assault federal agents, I just heard Bella trying to get in the room. For those who assault federal agents, we will hunt you down, we will find you, and justice will be served. President Trump and Secretary Nolan will always have the back of DHS and law enforcement. Yeah, where's all the charges for kidnapping Americans? Yeah. Okay, Bella wants to come in. Give me 1 second. Oh. Sorry about that. Okay. Cell phone video shot by residents shows at least 2 of the arrests Border Patrol agents made on Tuesday, including one at 27th and Ridgeway in the Little Village. Where is your lovely Bella? She's just took off running when I opened the door. So, ever wonder why you banned for free speech? I don't know. Only their best. That's right. So did Trump give a speech tonight? I took the dogs out, came back, and it was over. Yeah, it was a speech, but it wasn't like really I don't know. It was just him saying all the stuff that he says he's done over the year. All the, he was tooting his own horn, is what I would call it. I mean, Brown provides a $2.5 million home for their provost, Francis Doyle III. He oversees the university's expenses, like buying a new security cameras at work, salary of $623,000, and free housing. Yeah, that Brown thing, they know who it is. They know who it is, and some people are protecting him. Durga's on the H1, yeah, and they know who it is, and they know. We covered it up on the Rise. If you want to go back, it was the first part of the show. We watched it after the intro video. But anyway, they know who the guy is. They're trying to identify people that saw the guy, but clearly people on campus recognize the guy because he works at the campus. And yet they're keeping their mouth shut and they're scrubbing websites and doing all types of stuff. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. And then around 12:30, Chopper 7 captured a man being arrested at Roosevelt and Cicero. Well, that's 12th and Cicero. That's not a safe neighborhood. More video captured a scene on Tuesday afternoon at Menards on 23rd and Cicero, where at least 8 Border Patrol vehicles, including Bavino and his camera crew, pulled in, circled, and pulled out. Oh, so we're just following people around. The scene repeated over and over at various locations around the city as a growing caravan of protesters and journalists followed them for at least 3 hours. Community members and elected officials gathered in Little Village on Tuesday afternoon to speak out against the enforcement. Oh, okay, so they're speaking out against law enforcement. That's great. Isn't that illegal, interfering with an investigation? Yeah, especially hopefully the FBI questioned some of the people and some of those people that lied about knowing the guy or recognizing him. I mean, I don't know how you can really prove it, though. Beautiful Cat says, I'm glad Bavino is leaving. Trump surrounded himself with Zionists and backstabbers. FBI lies. I don't know what to do about the FBI. I thought they were going to clean house. It seems like once they got there, they said, okay, now that we're here, everything's great. And I wanted to see half the people there fired. Mustafa something, they took his info off the school page. I'm guessing he's being hidden by staff. Something. And, last night we talked about it. There was another shooting Monday night, Monday into Tuesday, of another professor of, let's just say, Jewish heritage, an MIT professor, the head of their physics department or something, or particle energy, or plasma, or something or other. I don't know exactly, but he was murdered inside his house. And it's only 50 miles away, Brown from MIT. So maybe it's the same guy. There's been a lot of the, globalized intifada folks running around doing stuff lately. We saw what happened in Sydney. There was stuff that happened in LA. They've been arresting some people. So my biggest takeaway from Trump's address was the $1,776 bonus check for each active duty military. What's this say? Oh, here we go. Gateway pun at Rhode Island officials end presser after Latino radio. Okay, so we'll pull that. We'll pull that up. We'll go there next. We'll go there next. Okay, we'll go there next. So. These acts are not random. As a matter of fact, I think the president knows what he's doing. He wants to create havoc right before Christmas. As 22 Second Ward Alderman Michael Rodriguez. Criminals don't get a break because it's the holidays. Does Chicago stop arresting murderers? Yeah. Antifada sounds like a Jewish connection. Intifada is what they're calling it. Globalize the Intifada folks. I don't know. And they're all connected to the Antifa people too, and the Black Bloc, and it's all interconnected. The Troons, they're all interconnected. The guy that they're erasing all his history is one of those, Queers for Palestine guys. So Two of Tuesday's detentions took place just outside the same building where the press conference organized by community members took place. Yeah, well, yeah, potato, tomatoes, yeah, that's what I say. Hey, DB Crazy, what's up? Happy hump day to everybody. Yeah, that's right. Always stay strapped. Stay strapped or get clapped, as Sun Tzu always said. One man who was frantically trying to open his door with his key was taken away from his gangway. Oh. In each case, arrests appear random, not targeted. Bavino was also seen in a video at the picket line during a union strike at Mauser Packaging Solutions on Chicago's Southwest Side. That's where workers have been demanding protections from potential immigration raids at the facility. The facility can't protect people from immigration raids. It doesn't work that way. That's not how, they don't have the authority to say you can't come in, and especially if you're a business and they're doing an employment raid to see who's a citizen and who's not. That's kind of, they have the right to do that. Yeah. They're all Islamicamo Marxist, yeah. Marxist socialist takeover started by the Soviets a century ago, finished by Chi-Coms today. Yeah. Laughing, joking, seemingly making light of the situation while demanding to see people's identifications, said Nicholas Coronado of Teamsters Local 705. Well, I would like to really, someone should be looking, the Department of Labor should be looking into all these unions that have illegal aliens as members, taking dues from them and giving them basically cover to work. They're facilitating the violation of U.S. law. And it would be a very easy thing to do to decertify these unions, and they no longer are unions because you cannot participate in crime and be a union. You know, they used to do it when they used to like steal money, break other laws and stuff, and they would decertify the union and put it under government control, stuff like that. They should do it now with like SEIU, obviously the Teamsters Union and other people. If you're out here signing up illegals to be a member of your union and giving them basically covered to work because they're like, well, we're in a union, so they hire the union people. That's how it works. Bavino was also seen inside a Thornton's gas station at Forest Park, appeared to relish his return to Chicago. And over in Cicero, town president Larry Dominic confirmed reports of federal agents in the west suburb. We encourage all residents to remain calm, be vigilant, and understand your rights, regardless of your immigration status. The courts just ruled legal immigrants don't have rights, so they have no right to be in the country. No one should feel intimidated or pressured. No, anyone who's here illegally should feel intimidated. They should leave. You should go home. Go home. Should have spelled potato with an E and ran for president. Yeah. The worst thing about Damagino is the potential disappointment he is to President Trump. Trump had so much on his plate. Can't Bangino cover his job? Obviously not. Sounds like someone wants in. Yeah, someone does. Illinois Governor Fat Slob Prickster said on Tuesday that he received no advance notice of why the fuck would they tell you you're working with the fucking people that are doing all this stuff? Let's see. Oh, look at this. We got Pinochet's helicopter tours for $2. This is how you show rants. This is how I have to show rants on Rumble. And it says, nobody's going to be the asshole complaining about 1776 going to the troops. Lol. Did I hear something about a glorified empanada? Well, that's how it works. Thank you so much for the 2. And with that, that puts us now at, let's see here, $98 until we get the first additional hour and $48 from Bellavision. Thank you very much. Yeah, FBI's bond help. Yeah, I think they need to just shred it and start over. Start over from the ground up. They call it enforcement. We call it harassment. We don't know how long they're going to stay. It appears like they're here for at least a couple days, if not longer, Prickster said. Mayor Kami Johnson, which we saw at the opening statement, how the actual African-American residents of Chicago feel about Kami Johnson, don't like him. Hey, look at this. We got a gifted membership from Brian Ogden. Thank you, Brian. Let's see who got that gifted membership. It says that Greg Buddy received a gifted membership from Brian Ogden. That's awesome. And with that, we are now $92 away from the first additional hour and $42 away from Bellavision. Thank you. More cowbell. Well, the cowbell comes, and it only comes until we hit the Bella, and then that's for Bella because she's a cowbell. She's a cow dog, cowbella, cowbell. Get it? Wonder if glorified epidama is related to the rule on lying to keto. I don't know. The FBI is a huge mess. Don't mean you quit. Going to need a boomer like Trump with a damn work ethic to get a job done. Another rant? All right. What do you know? Man, they're coming in. Oh. Oh, yes. And then, another dollar from Pinochet's helicopter tour says, another word for stepping down or resign is quit. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, and then we got another Brian Ogden gifted membership. Thank you. Let's see who got that one. That one went to Senor John L. Senor John L. I think that's what it is. Senor John L. I think is who it is. Well, thank you so much, Brian Ogden. And with that and the dollar, that means we are now, $85 away from the first additional hour and $35 away from Bellavision. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Update goal. Agree to disagree, Jim. I think Christopher Walken for more cowbell. Oh, okay. Well, update to goal? I did update to goal. I just did. Due to E. Okay. I did update to goal. We're 35 away, 85 away. That's what I did. We got 1 and 1 is 6, and then 12, and then 3. So we're $15 in. That they're aware of, so Brandon Kami Johnson says, I'm aware of the presence of Bavino and mass federal agents conducting immigration enforcement activity in the Chicago area, including the Little Village community, just days before the holidays, a time when families should be together, not living in fear. If they want to be together and not living in fear, they could easily go to this place called home, their home country, and and then that would be like a good way to spend the holidays together. Oh, look at this. Another gifted membership for Brian Ogden. Yes. And with that, we are now $79 away from the first additional hour and $29 away from Bellavision. You can hear Bella out there barking. She wants in. I'm going to have to get her. So give me 1 second. Let me get her. Okay, sorry about that. See? There she is. She's here. All right. What's a meltdown? They should be home for the holidays. Let's see who got that gifted membership from Brian Ogden. Says Zach QSBW got that gifted membership. He's upset because he should be in bed and he was ramming a door. So his mother's taking care of it right now. So another rant, huh? Okay. And then Brian Ogden's been a member for 4 months. Wow, Brian, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I don't know how to. Anyways, let me see who the rant was. Did I adjust? What do I got the banner? Right, so yeah, 29. Okay. Let's see here. Comments. Puppy bark and kiddo crying. Yeah, he was chasing her. I have a video. I actually have a video I took of. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Another 5 now from Pinochet's helicopter tour says, I don't mean to be harsh. The cheering on Dan is BS. let's be honest. This is Dan saying the FBI is beyond repair. We are in trouble. They're going to get revenge. We need to start facing reality. Oof. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. That is awesome. And that now we are $74 away from the first additional hour and $24 away from Bellavision. Thank you so much. We are at the point. Are we at the point of encourage people to get outside? The MIT professor knows the Minnesota politicians. It's possible. I would have given Bongino one job if he wanted to leave. Find a higher quality, more dedicated, experienced, dedicated, integrity replacement for yourself, then step down after handing it over. Sorry, I'm late. My show ran late. No word, Dan. We're always waiting for you to get here. We're in trouble now. BS now starts telling the truth. Yeah. So despite ABC7's questions, DHS has so far refused to tell us how many agents are in Chicago to accompany Bongino. He left the city along with most of his force around mid-November, with Operation Midway Blitz thought to be temporarily winding down. Hold on a second. Sorry, everybody. I just had to take care of my grandson real quick and get him to settled into bed with his binkies and his milk and everything, and he's all right now. So sorry about that. They are turning Animal Farm into a criticism of capitalism. There's no turnaround. Yeah. The young man needed his grandpa just for a minute. It's all good. It's all good now. The kid took over the stream again. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's all good. We understand. I appreciate it. Oh, I got another rant? Seriously? Oh, okay. Wow. Another $2 from Pinochet Helicopters Tour. There is this Joe Stradamus quote that I like to reference in times like this from Djibouti Quatrain 1,367,678 3rd and 309th. You are already in the collapse. Pinochet says, come take care of mine, Rachel Boone says. And then Pinochet says, I would give anything to be 8 years old and back at my grandparents in the 80s. Yeah, oh God, I had so much fun at my grandparents' house in the 80s, let me tell you. We used to watch world-class championship wrestling in my grandparents' basement on a black and white TV. You know, the Von Erichs and the Freebirds and people like that. Blow dart tranquilizer, we understand. No, never. No. So Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement on Tuesday, as we said a month ago, we aren't leaving Chicago and operations are ongoing. Operation Midway Blitz is achieving what Chicago's sanctuary politicians have refused to do for decades: decrease crime and remove the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens who put the American people in danger. You'd have to watch bowling on a TV with your grandma. Well, I guess I was lucky because my grandmother did not watch TV except for at night. And she would watch Miami Vice with me at night, on Friday nights, I believe it was on, if I was there. And then, my grandpa only watched baseball games, so really, that's all he watched on TV, or football. He didn't watch anything else. So Congressman Rep. Raja Krishnamurti issued a statement saying, my office is actively monitoring and responding to renewed deployment of mass federal agents in Chicago area conducting surprise raids. I mean, they expect them, did they expect them to announce the raids and say like, oh, hey, we're gonna come? No, that's not how it works. Yeah, back when wrestling was real. Yeah, real blood anyway. Hey, Yankee Freeze here. This evening, y'all. How long we going tonight? Well, that's totally up to you, Yankee. It's totally up to you guys in the audience. Because for every $100 that comes in, we add an extra hour to the show. We've been going about an hour, and it looks like we're on pace for at least one extra hour. Was she a Crockett or a Tubbs gal? She liked Crockett. Yeah, she thought it was awesome that he had a crocodile or alligator in his boat. On the weekends, you would play the piano and sing with her for hours. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. Memories like that, you don't get. That was your grandfather liked Nickelodeon, but got to run the gamut. Doctor Who, Star Trek. Yeah. Surprise raids. They're not. What are they supposed to call and say? Hey, are you guys? Don't tell the illegals we're coming. Targeting non-criminal residents is not about public safety. They're targeting criminal residents. It's about fear and intimidation. See, that's the problem is these Democrats, these demon rats, don't believe any of this stuff is a crime. You know. It's about fear and intimidation. I'll use every oversight and legislative tool to confront these abuses, defend due process, and hold federal agencies and their leaders accountable. What exactly is the due process that an illegal alien is owed? Anyone? Well, it starts a little bit something like this. It says, are you in the country illegally? Yes, you are. Okay. Do you have any actual asylum claim that you registered within the first 12 months of being in the country? No, you didn't. Oh, okay. Well, you have to go home. That's the law. That is the fucking law, and that's all the due process they're owed. There's no like, well, they really want to be here, so we should let them. Doesn't work that way. And that's not the way it works. Hulkamania, yeah. These are the lies. The lies are all that will be remembered. Yeah. Damn it, Jim. It's a crime, you see. It's a crime to enforce the law. It is. It's a crime to enforce the law. Okay. And then Border Patrol commander returns to Chicago and agents pepperball immigrant neighborhoods. Oh, okay. Well, here we got Bovino's going to talk.
Bovino's boys are leaving no stone unturned. They've already arrested 250 bad hombres in New Orleans and over 400 in Minnesota. But it's not just Somalis we need to worry about. There are thousands of Afghans that need to be iced pronto.
We know that there are at least 2,000 who are here who have ties to or are known or suspected terrorists. We are going through and working with our partners in the FBI and Department of Homeland Security in going and actually re-vetting every single one of these individuals.
Chief Border Patrol Agent Greg Bovino. All right, Greg, we saw at the top that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is just maxing and relaxing in Maryland right before the holidays.
Sornet has raided the stream. Thank you, Sornet.
Well, Jesse, good evening, and thanks for having me. It's good to see you again.
Beyond the Noise has raided the stream.
For the second time. Remember, he was deportable the first time and actually got deported. When he becomes deportable the second time, we're going to deport this individual. It's too bad that we have these activist judges that legislate from the bench and put MS-13 gang members back out on the streets to harm Americans. That's what we're doing in these American cities, are taking individuals like this, quote Maryland ad, out of circulation and putting them back where they need to be, and that's in their country of record.
All right, just keep an eye on him because he could fly the coop and go to Chicago, just blend in the Bulls game. You gotta watch guys like this. They're slippery. Minnesota, when you guys were in there, were there problems? Was it smooth sailing? You picked up about 400 of them.
Sure, Jesse and our ICE partners are doing a fantastic job up there in Minnesota. I talk with them quite regularly, and they're doing a great job. They're picking out those worst of the worst. in Minnesota, those Somalis that have committed some pretty heinous crimes. In talking with Mr. Lyons and some of the other ICE agents, they've got more in their sights, and stay tuned for Minnesota.
Good. So you're also down in Louisiana, and you've gotten some cooperation. When you do get cooperation,
hey, crazy
what does
dude,
that
great
look
for being
like?
here. Thanks for being here.
The cooperation leads to a lot more criminals going to jail, basically, Jesse. You said we had 250. I've got good news tonight. We're going to be over 300. The agents are still bringing suspects in as we speak now. So we'll be well over 300 by the morning. And a lot of that's got to do with those state and local partners that are partnering with Border Patrol agents in the field to bring these people to justice. Jesse, just a couple of minutes ago, we had a local police department that invited Border Patrol agents to ride with police officers. They stopped a vehicle, and the illegal alien had no insurance. Now, I think a lot of Americans know the importance of no insurance. What happens when there's no insurance, and what happens when an illegal alien is involved with no insurance? We're taking those folks out of circulation, and they're doing a great job.
Yeah, if you want to lower traffic, if you want to lower auto insurance, good way to do that is ice these bad hombres. It'll clean a lot of stuff up. You're doing a great job. All your guys are doing a great job, and you're now a celebrity. We saw the video. You're getting a lot of love in the streets, Mr. Bovino. Keep up the great work.
All right. That's awesome. So the commander who became the face of the Trump administration's aggressive crackdown returned to Chicago Tuesday, promptly protests. So that's good. Let's see what else we got here. So the AP says Border Patrol officials who the face of Trump's crackdown are back in Chicago. I mean, he said he was going back. He said he was going somewhere else, that they had some stuff he had to do. And this is a local station in Chicago, WGN 9, that used to be like, I swear I used to get my news in Chicago. But so that's his primetime speech. All right. What? No. What happened? I want to close this. We aren't leaving Chicago. Officials confirm Operation Midway Blitz is still underway. Immigration raids conducted Tuesday. Look at this. By Gabriel Castillo, Bronag Tumulti, Ethan Illers, and Eric Rung. Officials from the Department of Homeland Security confirmed that Operation Midway Blitz is still underway in Chicago. Okay, so we aren't leaving Chicago. So that's what we got. So let's do this. Now we got this story here. We'll jump to this real quick. This next story. Mandami and Hoch will not be happy if they do this in New York either. Yeah, well, there's not really anything. Crazy. Joe rated here, so I'll leave it. The thing is getting annoying now. Yeah, clipboard is weird, especially if you have it on multiple devices and you're sharing it. Like I share between multiple devices, clipboard, so something gets put on somewhere and it takes places. But anyway, I don't know. I have a locals though too, but I don't really do much on locals. It says Letitia James and then New York SP, who have a paramilitary unit, will definitely battle CBP and ICE. Oh, that wouldn't be good for them. That wouldn't be good for them. So Rhode Island officials end a presser after Latino radio host goes nuclear and accuses them of taking down security cameras at Brown University to shield illegals. What? Oh, no. Oh, no. Rhode Island officials held another press conference on Wednesday as the manhunt for the Brown University shooter dragged into its fifth day. But it didn't end well, folks. 2 students were killed and 9 others were critically injured after a gunman opened fire at Brown University on Saturday afternoon. Brown University president Christina Hall Paxson confirmed that there are 1,200 cameras on campus, and all data has been turned over to law enforcement. However, after 5 days, the public has only seen a few videos from the surrounding area of Brown University. Law enforcement on Tuesday released a new timeline and footage of a person of interest in the deadly Brown University shooting. The footage shows a male with a pudgy belly walking past police just minutes after the shooting that left 2 people dead. There he is, Mr. Tubbo. Tubbo Wubbo. There he goes walking. And wow, it's amazing that they have all these potato cams, that they don't have actual, I mean, this is not even Ring camera quality. Providence police on Wednesday released photos of a person who was in the proximity of the person of interest. This I don't like they did. You miss Len O'Connor on WGN. What? Oh, really? You're going to start playing stuff after I pass you up. I didn't like this, that they released this photo of a person who wasn't the person. And now, because this person, people are going to be thinking it's the person. Oh, we got a Terry for $2. Just $2 for Terry. What's it say? Hey, Jim, you might want to twist your mic plug a little. It's working inconsistently. Loud, low, loud, low. Seriously? How did that? Is it better? I mean, I don't. Anyway, let me get a banner here and take that down. So we are now $72 away. Oh, $72 away. Why is it doing it? $72 away from the first additional hour and 22 away from Bellavision. And I think I have to check the old Rumble because it seems like somebody was gifting some memberships over there in Rumble. I saw that pop on the chat. So let's see. Oh, look at this. We'll share this tab. It says Yankee Free. Yankee Free gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Yankee Free. And it says Spuds was getting a gifted membership. Greg Ohio received a gifted membership. Moonlight Rider received a gifted membership. Pinochet's Helicopter Tour received a gifted membership. And there should be one more. 1, 2, 3, 4. I count 4. There should be a 5th one. Right? Spuds Sornet received a gifted membership. Okay. Whoever Sornet is, Pinochet, Moonlight Rider, and Greg Ohio. So there you go. So that's 5 gifted memberships. So that, folks, is $25. That ain't cheap. And for that, you get Bellavision. Bellavision gets added for the evening now. So thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yankee Free, for the gifted memberships. Let me correct the camera here and fix it all up. I'm going to make Bella jump to the other side. Wow. Okie dokie. But thank you so much. And let me correct the banner because that's 25 off of there. So that means we are $47 away from the first additional hour now. So thank you, everybody. That's great. I got it. Yes. And so outside cameras point and shoot. They're nothing sophisticated, and that was at a distance. Okay, well, I tried to. That's right. Thanks, Yankee Free. Memberships gifted. I got them. Yes. Thanks, and damn it, Yankee. Thank you. What's up, Cool Frog? Yes, check Rumble. I still hear it. Maybe it's Rumble. Might be a compression issue. Hey, Jay Liebgott's here. What's up? Great to see us. SB Farmers here. Bella. There's Bella. That's Bella. Sornet just rated you there behind the noise. Well, that's awesome. I said thank you to him, I think. Sornet is BTN, Beyond the Noise, Jim. Okay. Awesome. We Are Who Rated You, sir. Republic Sentinel and Yankee Free. Awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Dang, my math was wrong. Wasted my last $2. What do you mean? What happened? What did I miss? I missed something? Oh, super chats. Did I miss those? Did I? No, I got them, didn't I? Did I miss your super chat? Brian, did I miss it? Did I not take that off? Do I have to do math now in my head here? So we got 1, 2, 3, 18, 20, 22, and then 25. And then I don't know if I'm off by $2. I'm trying to figure out if I'm off by $2. The super chat. Did I take your super chat off the total? I can't remember. Terry and me. Yeah. I can't remember. I know I took Terry's off, but I don't know if I took. You can hear your dog snoring. That's great. I don't remember. Investigators are asking for public's help in identifying and speaking to the individuals shown in these photos who is in the proximity of the person of interest. I think I am off. So we got 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plus that is 35. And hold on. 35. Yes, we are off. We are off by $2. So we're 45 away from the first additional hour. Sorry, I had to go back and look at the chat and Rumble and do math. I hate math. Looking for the new Sabia person to East Road from Brown sites within hours of now. Well, no problem. I had to do some math. I had to add up the chats and Rumble and then the chats here and stuff, and so I was off by 2. I missed yours, and I apologize. Thank you for the $2, Brian Ogden. So I don't ever want to do that. I want to make sure. If you go to Jay Liebgott's page, he's got a 3i Atlas Week with the fun face facts on his channel. He does a great. Glad you wasted our time with head math. Well, don't worry, I'm going to give you extra time. I always throw in some extra time. So yeah, so they got these pictures of this person that they're saying this is a person that we want to talk to. This person, that they want to talk to this person here. All right, but this isn't the person that they're looking for. This is the person that they think saw the person that they're looking for. So investigators are asking for public's help. At what point does a shooter assemble or take a gun that is described so big and long, and the longest gun I've ever seen in my life? And how does he walk with this gun without being seen? Yeah, this is the most glaring inconsistencies between the primary eyewitness's account inside the lecture hall and the official statement from the Providence Police Department. I'm the only one that thought it was confirmed. Am I the only one that thought it was confirmed that a handgun was used? It seems like the teacher's assistant's description is more accurate. Joseph Oduro, teaching assistant who was feet away from the gunman, described the weapon as so big and long. The gun was just so big and long that I generally thought, okay, this is the end of the road for me. In a separate interview, described it as the longest gun he'd ever seen in his life. Colonel Oscar Perez says it was a small caliber 9mm. Well, it could have been a pistol caliber carbine, a PCC. When Deputy Chief O'Hara asked the records, "Do you know what weapon was used?" We just know that it was a firearm. What type of firearm we're unaware of. Live now on Fox states the police said the shooter used a 9mm handgun to fire more than 40 rounds. A separate Fox News segment acknowledges this conflict. Anchors noticed it was a long gun. Originally, the first person of interest had a Glock or something of a smaller gun. So let's hear. Here's this guy's interview. Let's hear what it says. This is a teacher's assistant.
In terms of what was happening in that moment.
When I saw him, I saw a gun. The gun was so big and long that I genuinely thought, like, okay, this is the end of the road for me.
In terms of what was happening.
I mean, that's weird, right? Based on public released information, I believe it's possible to not confirm that the gunman may have already been inside the building waiting for the class to end. I also think it's reasonable to ask whether the weapon may have been assembled inside the building rather than carried and fully assembled. Have investigators examined restrooms, closets, or similar spaces for potential forensic evidence such as DNA, gunshot residue, lubricant traces, metal fragments? Here's why the theory makes sense to me. Law enforcement has confirmed the suspect was seen outside the building starting around 2 p.m. This guy claimed to lock eyes but didn't confirm the Aloha snack bar. This guy could be, maybe he knows the guy. If this is a teaching assistant and the guy that they're looking for is also a teaching assistant, they know each other, right? Yeah, person of interest once removed. Is he wearing a wetsuit? I don't know. It's called a rifle. Yeah, a big rifle. Size matters. Yeah. Just remember, yeah. So he locked eyes with him. He most likely knows who he is. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like these people, if this guy's a teaching assistant and he's been part of all these protests and on camera doing all this stuff, people know him. So people are covering up for him. Long, dark gun in his pants. Oh, Trump the best rifle and biggest ever. Yeah. What stands out most is the timing. So the exterior footage appears to cover 1 hour, leaving a significant gap from about 3 to 4. There's no public evidence accounting for where he was during this time. What stands out most is the timing. The review session ended at 4:03 and the shooting began almost immediately afterward. That level of synchronization suggests the attacker may have been waiting for that exact moment. Whether he was waiting outside the lecture hall or already somewhere inside the building isn't known, but the absence of interior surveillance means we simply don't know. The building itself makes early entry plausible because it was finals period. There was heavy foot traffic and officials acknowledged that the doors were likely unlocked or propped open. Police have also stated that there is no useful interior video, meaning someone could have entered earlier and remained undetected in a restroom, a stairwell, a closet, or another low-traffic area. Yeah, was it larger than a bread box? This also intersects with the conflicting descriptions of the weapon. The closest eyewitnesses inside the lecture hall described the firearm as unusually large and long, while the early media reports referenced a 9mm handgun. It was later corrected that it seems to have been a long gun. If the weapon appeared slightly larger than expected, it raises reasonable question about how it was brought into the building without being noticed, especially during a busy academic afternoon. I mean, I wonder, did anyone say anything about how loud it was, the gunshots? Was it possible it had a suppressor on it? You know? Witness accounts confirm that the attack began in the hallway or lobby, not inside the classroom, and that the gunman entered the lecture hall moments later. However, no witnesses have definitely stated that he entered the building, only when the shooting began. You're blushing, Diamond G? Don't blush. Bonus point if you get that reference. Exactly. There's no proof the gunman was inside the building for an extended period of time beforehand, nor that any assembly occurred on site. But given the unexplained time gap, open building access, lack of interior cameras, and unresolved questions about the weapon itself, I think it's fair to ask whether investigators examined restrooms, closets, or similar spaces for potential forensic evidence such as DNA, gunshot residue, lubricant, blah, 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 blah. It seems one spokesperson may have assumed it was a handgun due to it being a 9mm. 9mm isn't exclusive to handgun. That leads people to mistakenly come to a conclusion. Yeah, AP reports that law enforcement confirmed it was a handgun. This is what has confused me. The gunman opened fire, firing more than 40 rounds from a 9mm handgun, a law enforcement official told the AP. So, hey, Spuds is back. What's up? I thought it was just a normal weapon. Terry says, I got a bonus point. It sounded may have been unscheduled, so if she was a specific target. Yeah. And a Jewish professor. Yeah, well, this professor that was supposed to be in there but was sick and out that day, so wasn't there, was a Jewish professor also. So I don't know. You heard a police scanner chatter of a cop yelling at someone in a bathroom to drop the gun, and we got a shooter downstairs in the bathroom last 30 seconds here. This is bizarre. The last 30 seconds of police scanner radio traffic. Okay, let's hear it.
Getting ready to go in. All right. As of right now, we have no other information as to where this person might be. We're going to consider that this is still active here. Please, any victims we incur, we're going to send them the way we came in, that back hallway. We'll run them up. Your turn. Any information from any of the victims for now? Not getting any right now, no. Lieutenant, I don't want to interrupt you. What do you want? SWAT guns showing up to me. Front of the building. We'll rally up here at the front of the building. I need to take one guy off and go get the armored vehicle in case this goes somewhere else. Start it this way. Courtney Level, I'm on the highway. What building are you at? I don't know any info. Where's the building in the corner of Aaron Waterman?
Is there a car in the area 82 Fonz Alley, Fonz and Thea Street for an SP call? A white male in the area smoking a cigarette acting too calm, says the caller. Next to La Crappy.
Where need to shoot him? Take your look. We got the shooter. We believe we got the shooter. Just stand back hallway in the bathroom. Put the fucking gun on the ground. Put the fucking gun on the ground. Give me the
Ah.
downstairs in the bathroom.
Downstairs in the bathroom. Put
Is that
gun
the
on the ground.
basement? No one else talk. Both guys are in contact. That's it. No meal.
Wow. Wow, so there was that. All right. And yeah, I would think there's a lot of them. Interesting. Based on public release information, I believe it's possible to not confirm the gunman may have already been inside a building. I guess it's a folding 9mm rifle, something easy to conceal. Yes, it could have been like this. Smith & Wesson makes one. Kel-Tec wants a P2000, I think it's right. Call it Kel-Tec P2000. Is that what it is or something like that? Or KP2000, something like that folds in half. People make mistakes when they're looking down a barrel. They see bigger than they are. Not saying that's what happens, but it happens often. Yeah, it's also, I was going to make that point that when something like this happens, people sometimes focus on the gun itself, just staring at the gun, and it just see this huge barrel looking at them type of thing, and it freaks them out. Who holds his radio open giving commands? Yeah, it is weird, right? Because you would think he's got his hand on his gun and he's doing something else. It's kind of weird. But so there's that. Let's get back to this here. So, and then Rhode Island officials promptly ended the press conference on Wednesday after a Latino radio host accused the university of taking down security cameras to shield illegal aliens. The camera in that building that Brown pulled off because the sanctuary city law that we have. He continued, you don't want to record illegal immigrants. You don't want to provide footage to the FBI or immigration. One camera. They come for your detectives. They're angry that it's investigation that these people at Brown University pulled the camera off and you can't identify the person. You imagine how that families want to go through? What? Providence Mayor Brett Smiley immediately ended the presser as the radio host continues to accuse Brown University of taking down cameras. That's weird. Oh, why would you do that? They want his Christmas break to memory hole it all. Probably. Man, I wish that's what she said. We heard from both the Brown police chief and the provost, who have shared that they have been forthcoming with all the data and evidence. So, let's watch it. Okay.
The camera in that building that Brown put off because the sanctuary city law that we have, you don't want to record illegal immigrants, and you don't want to provide the footage to the FBI or immigration authority. One camera in that building, it come out from your detectives, they are friends of mine, they're angry at this investigation that these people in Brown University put the camera off, they can identify that person. You imagine how the family want to go through? Tell the truth to the media here. Putting cameras off.
We heard from both the Brown police chief and the provost at Brown, who have shared that they have been fully cooperative and shared.
Oh, they shared that they were fully cooperative and forthcoming.
Data and evidence that they have. The City of Providence's experience is the same, which is that Brown has been entirely cooperative and collaborative and fully sharing with us. We will be back here tomorrow once again if you are not on the press list.
So that's where we're at, I guess. So that's the story there with that. All right, on to the next. If anyone sees anything else or any breaking news comes in, be sure to let me know and we'll jump on it for that story. But that's all I've seen so far. So we got this next story here. Someone actually asking questions. Put that man on blast and get him out of here as a truth seeker. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is in my business, I was robbed once. 2 guys, handguns, but coordinator walked up behind me in back of the store, touched me in an odd way, thought it was an employee. I mockingly threw an elbow behind me. It was a bad guy. I still cannot tell you what they look like. All I remember is the guns. One was 1911, the other a Glock 19. Well, that's sometimes what happens. You focus on the guns instead of their face. Mercer says the mayor is sickly and weak. Yeah, I think he posts a lot of pictures of him, like on with the pride flags and his gay boyfriend or whatever. And maybe he's got this. Maybe he's got the bug, as they say. Can you pull up rumors of people, or is that too risky with YouTube? You talking about the guy? I showed the guy last night. I got no problem with showing the guy, Mustafa Kwarki or whatever his name is. What's his name again? Mustafa something or other. I'm sick of all these police agencies. They lecture us on, and they ask us to do their job and tell us to shut up and nothing is your business. Yeah. No, the girl? What girl? I don't know anything about the girl. You're saying there's a girl now? The rumor? Just type her name in, Mercer, and I'll... Sabia Ahmed. So it's another person now that's involved? What? Where should I look? On X? The second person of interest photos. Oh, that's the person they're looking for. That's not the person that they think is a shooter. That's someone they say saw the shooter. So Mustafa Harada, poor pooper. It's probably, if that's the name of the person that they're looking for, that's the name of the person in the photos that they say saw the person. Maybe this person actually knows them, and that's why they're not coming forward. Because they sound like maybe they're in the same Palestinian liberation, whatever thing. Found out today that most crime that's stopped is stopped by normal armed citizens. They cook the stats. That's right. Sabia Ahmed is a member of the Students for Justice in Palestine, an executive board member. So is the guy they're looking for, Mustafa. So let's see here. Okay. Where are we at here? Let me see here. Let me do this. Okay. Let me search for this person. Where are we at here? Sabia Ahmed. Sabi. It says she's a staff attorney at Palestine Legal. She's a member of the... This is who it says this person is. Member of the Students for Justice in Palestine at Brown University. She read poetry at a gathering. So this is the person in that photo, you think? What they claim? So is this the person? She's reading a Shada Shakur poem. Oh, let's look and see if the other guy's in here. Yeah, there is. That the guy there? Isn't this the guy in the photo with her that they're looking for? This chubby guy on the right-hand side with the mustache? Isn't that him? Kind of looks like him, doesn't it? All the way to the far right, and the Students for Justice in Palestine at Brown University. The guy, all the way on the right, second one in, the chubby guy. I believe that's him. I believe that's him. It does. I'm in Mobile, but be home soon to look. Okay. Yeah. Some videos she looks short, some she looks taller, I'm seeing. Okay. Well, we'll have to see what happens. We'll have to just keep checking it out. Mobile. I know. Don't worry about it. But yeah, so I think that's, we'll have to just keep checking this out and see who this person is and keep an eye on it. So yeah, so on to the next story. Now, another major appellate victory for President Trump. The D.C. Circuit, authored by even an Obama judge, stays in order by the radical Biden D.C. judge. We're also looking for Izit's M. Draws, and we're told he left skid marks. Is shitty drawers? Yeah. You found him in 10 minutes. Why can't they? I don't know. Maybe because I think they know, but they're not saying anything. Like they're trying to find this woman that was in video with the guy. So, and they're acting like they don't know who it is. They clearly know who these people are. They're part of this Palestinian shit that's been going on. That's it, you know. And something's going to have to happen. The president likely has both constitutional and statutory power to deploy the National Guard to D.C. That's right. So this judge says, before Millett, Katsas, and Rao says, upon consideration of emergency motion for administrative stay and a stay pending appeal, response to the amicus brief by South Carolina, it is ordered that the court's own motion that the administrative stay entered December 4th will be resolved. It's further ordered the motion stay pending appeal be granted for the reasons stated and attached by Judge Millett. So we now grant the motion for a stay pending appeal because the District of Columbia is a federal district created by Congress rather than a constitutionally sovereign entity like the 50 states. Defendants appear on this early record likely to prevail on the merits of their arguments that the president possesses unique power within the district, that the seat of federal government to mobilize the Guard. It also appears likely that the D.C. Code independently authorizes the deployment of the D.C. Guard. Yeah. Title 49, Congress directed the President of the United States shall be the commander-in-chief of the militia of the District of Columbia. Oh, what do you know? Yeah, queerly, they know who they are. Yeah, queerly they do. Queerly. They know that it will take down their grifting. Well, that's the thing. Like, when it comes out, it's going to be a problem for the school. It's going to be a problem for all these people that were giving them money. It's people helping them. You know, what else is going on? The president appoints and commissions the commanding general of the D.C. Guard and is responsible for organizing the members of the D.C. Guard. The president has delegated his command to the Secretary of Defense, who in turn has delegated responsibility to the Secretary of the Army, the Secretary of the Air Force, Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of the Army, all this stuff. So, you know, these people and this idiot judge that says, oh, no, D.C. can say, because they have sovereign, the city council of D.C. is unconstitutional. The mayor of D.C. is unconstitutional. All this stuff is supposed to be handled by Congress and the president. It's what's in the Constitution. That's what it says. They didn't pass a constitutional amendment to give D.C. home rule, so the D.C. Home Rule Act is unconstitutional. Didn't Bush activate the Guard after the towers fell? Yeah. Biden had the fucking D.C. Guard, had 3,000 people in D.C., National Guard in D.C. for 6 months, 7 months, the first 7 months of his presidency, with fences everywhere and armed people walking around. So, yeah. Wonder why they're going to stop wasting USAID money with these lawsuits. By the way, if anyone needs to be looked at, it's Norm Eisen. Yeah. U.S. Department of Winning. Yeah. So right here it says, court rules National Guard can stay in D.C. And this is one of these things that I will file under no shit, Sherlock.
Folks looking to the skies to book flights early and also allow some extra time.
I'd like to encourage everyone to prepare smartly for travel this holiday season.
What is this?
Above all else, please pack your patience.
Why is this? Whatever. The court says the National Guard can stay in D.C. I thought there was going to be a video talking about this. You would think, they put it in there. It would be, what is this? Oh, wow. Okay. This is important, guys. Hold on. This is very important. Jim read my mind. Well, thank you, Weezy Bob. This is Olin Support. Please read. I saw your channel and noticed you're creating engaging content. However, you need more followers and viewers to increase your engagement and achieve verification partner status within a short time. I can help you get 1,000 followers, 100 viewers, and 25 subscribers, which will help you earn up to 1,000 weekly. No bot, real engagement. My Discord number is Hyperwave12. Okay, cool, Hyperwave. Peace be upon you. A federal appeals court has ruled the National Guard can remain in Washington, D.C. while judges continue weighing the legality of deployment. The Guard has been stationed in the city since August when President Trump issued an executive order declaring a crime emergency. Within a month, more than 2,300 National Guard troops from 8 states and a district were patrolling the city under the Secretary of Army's command. The administration also deployed hundreds of federal agents to assist with the patrols. China. Oh, yeah. China. Fucking China. Well, we know the court's action comes just weeks after the Virginia National Guard members, Specialist Sarah Beckstrom and Sergeant Andrew Wolf, were ambushed while patrolling a subway station 3 blocks from the White House. Beckstrom died from her injuries on November 7th, and Wolf is still recovering. Rahmanullah Lakawanawala, a 29-year-old Afghan national who was also shot during the confrontation, has been charged with murder and has pleaded not guilty. Did they tell that to the guy who supposedly served, goes around harassing the North Guard in D.C.? That'd be nice. It's spelled engagement wrong. First clue. Eastwood Farms, what's up, buddy? Great to see you. This is a developing story, and stay with Fox 5 News Team for the latest. Fox 5. Wasn't that the name of the in Pulp Fiction, the name of the group that the chick, Marcellus Wallace's wife, was supposed to be in the pilot or whatever? Was it called Fox Force 5? Fox Force 5 or something like that? Trump's National Guard deployment in Washington can continue for now, an appeals court says. Oh, okay. Tomato TV show. Appeals court on Wednesday ruled the National Guard deployment in the nation's capital can continue for now. See, here's the thing. It's Fox Force 5, right? Something like that. And why wouldn't you just say that the judge is an idiot? And when they staying the lower court ruling that ordered an end to the troops' presence means that Trump's right and the judge is wrong. That's generally what it means. But, the fake news media never talks about these things. They talk about, the judge said it was illegal. That judge said it was illegal, so that judge said it was illegal, so it must be illegal. And so you get retards like the guy that's running around yelling at people saying, I served, what the fuck, you're violating your oath, blah, 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 like that, idiots, yeah. So the court, they'll see, like the District Court ruled, District of Columbia Circuit ruled that Donald Trump may prevail. No, that's not what it is, not that he may prevail. They said that he is likely to prevail, not may, likely to prevail, this argument. The ruling stops the implementation of Judge Gia Cobb's order. Yes, that's right, Judge Gia Cobb, the same judge that is the sorority sister of the Fed governor who likes to lie on mortgage applications, Lisa D. Crook. And also she served in her trial and ordered that Trump rehire her. Same unelected black robe tyrannical inferior federal court trial judge. That's right. Cobb had ruled the deployment illegally intrudes on local officials' authority to direct law enforcement in the District of Columbia. The fucking Constitution of the United States says that the District of Columbia is a federal district under the control of the president and Congress. They have no sovereign authority to rule a fucking thing in District of Columbia. Nobody does. It's a federal jurisdiction. It cannot be as part of a state. It's not supposed to have any local government at all. It's not. At all. Wednesday's unanimous 32-page ruling went on to say that other factors also favored the Trump administration, including the disruption to the lives of thousands of service members, as well as with the president's interest in protection of federal government functions and property within the nation's capital. I'm happy we are able to use the term retard again. Oh, I never stopped. The judges found that the district had not identified any ongoing injury to its statutory interests. Well, see, that's the thing. Statutory interests do not override the fucking Constitution. West Virginia National Guard deployment can continue, judges rule. Court decision calling for an end to the Guard paused. Federal judge blocked Trump's National Guard deployment to D.C., but troops aren't leaving just yet. Oh, what do you know? Oh, that judge doesn't have the authority to do it. The ruling acknowledged the administration has a strong case for its appeal. The deployment began in August. Okay, so we saw this. So the city's attorney general, Brian Schaub, who has a position which is unconstitutional. He has no constitutional authority. Why don't people go tell him you have no authority under the Constitution? Go fuck yourself. He asked the White House be barred from deploying troops without the mayor's consent. Oh, really? Where in the Constitution does it give the mayor of a place that is not supposed to be a city? It's a district. It's not supposed to be a city. You know that? Not supposed to be a city. It's a federal district. Exactly the same thing as, it's no different than any other federal district that exists. Yeah. Dozens of states took sides. Yeah. All the retard states took the sides of the retards. And all the people that aren't retarded took the correct side, which is that the president has control over the Guard in D.C., which is what it says in the fucking Constitution. Pam Bondi praised the ruling. Our federal surge in D.C. has saved countless lives. Removed hundreds of illegal guns. Well, yeah. D.C. is not a state. It's supposed to have zero local government at all. She added the department will continue fighting in court to defend the president's agenda. Cobb had found while the president did have authority to protect federal functions and property, he could not unilaterally deploy the Guard to help with crime control as he saw fit. She called for the troops to be sent home. These are people that should not be on the court at all. The administration has called for an additional 500 troops to be deployed to Washington as a result of the shooting. An appeals court panel said the decision is limited in several respects. For example, it does not address the questions such as whether the Guard units were engaged in law enforcement in violation of federal law. They're not. Yeah, especially after they reelected Marion Barry. Yeah. The Washington Post says, appeals court hands Trump a win over D.C. National Guard deployment. Judges wrote in a preliminary order that the National Guard can stay for now. Yeah. It was a unanimous order from an Obama judge and two Trump appointees. Yeah. So it's just ridiculous that it even comes down to that. Okay, now we're going to talk about some of the biggest problem we're having. The biggest problem the Trump administration is having is getting stuff done that all us people that voted for him want to happen. It's the fucking rhinos, all right? Mike Lawler has just sided with the demon rats on extending the most corrupt Obamacare subsidies ever. Instead of doing their jobs, they sided with the same people who hate their entire existence. Let Mike Lawler know what you think of him. Yeah, this fucking clown. Oh, look, we got a $10 super chat from my friend, Subdivisions. Go check him out. He does karaoke regularly and plays some video games and stuff. His name is Chris Baldessano. He's a great guy. Happy holidays, Jim. On vacation this week, currently tearing the home office studio a new ass. Love the show and commentary. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Chris. Thanks for being here. Hope to get to play some golf or something with you soon since I got the new computer. I'm all ready to play video games. Got my Steam account all set up and ready to go. Oh, crap. I didn't have the banner up. So with that, now we are $35 away from the first additional hour. I didn't have that up. Don't know what I was thinking. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Hey, Trumpinator's here. I have a real problem with Republicans that do not jack shit about this stuff. Yes, I hate it too. Yeah, this clown. Healthcare, look at the millions that demon rats took from them to screw us over. Big Pharma sucks. Look at all these people. Look at the money that these people got. Bernie Sanders got over $23 million from Big Pharma. Elizabeth Warren got $11 million. Raphael Warnock, $15 million. Wow. Ron Wyden, $6 million. Patty Murray, $6 million. Tammy Baldwin, $5 million. Mastos got 4 million. Michael Bennett got 4 million. Tim Kaine got 3.3. Chris Murphy got 3.1. Maggie Hassan 3 million. Ed Markey 2.3. Look at all these people. And the only reason Angela D. Also Brooks has only got under 1 million is she's only been there for a couple years. All this money, Democrat Party healthcare plans, politicians only. Look at the money they get. Wow, it's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah. Like proof of Barack Obama. Spud says, I know Lawler. He's compromised to the hill. He used to defend the Constitution years ago. Something changed him. Yeah, so let's rally, man. Let's rally. We're only 35 away, folks. 35 away. And just so everybody knows, we actually have, it might say we only have 9 minutes left, but we actually have longer because once this expires, I'm going to put another 30 minutes on there because it's going to be a minimum of a 2.5 hour show tonight, even if we don't hit it. Yeah, so let's rally, though. Let's rally. Why do we have a law that elected officials actually know the Constitution before they're sworn in? Judges too? I don't know. We should. Here's proof that Barack Obama destroyed American healthcare. For 15 long years, Americans have now faced skyrocketing premiums. Benchmark premiums on the Obamacare marketplace for every plan, listen to this, have increased 80% overall, and they're continuing to rise. Obamacare's subsidy system lacks even the most basic guardrails to prevent fraud. It should be on the front page of every newspaper because it is shocking and alarming.
For 15 long years, Americans have now faced skyrocketing premiums, fewer quality choices, inefficient care, and widespread fraud, waste, and abuse. Benchmark premiums on the Obamacare marketplace for every plan, listen to this, they've increased 80% overall since 2014, and they're continuing to rise. The Unaffordable Care Act marketplace has resulted in lower quality plan offerings and less consumer choices to date. Fraud is absolutely rampant. Paragon Health is one of the analyst groups, and they estimate there's over 6.4 million people who are improperly enrolled in the Obamacare exchanges. And a recent GAO study, the Government Accountability Office, found some staggering facts. It proved what we all know intuitively about the fraud that's involved in this program. They found that Obamacare's subsidy system lacks even the most basic guardrails to prevent fraud, waste, and abuse. And I think that study is something that you should all dig into. It should be on the front page of every newspaper because it is shocking and alarming.
It's shocking and alarming, both at the same time. Wow, shocking and alarming. I mean, the fact that the fraud, waste, and abuse with Obamacare is shocking and alarming should alarm and shock everyone. As they say. Health insurance companies, after having to pay a monthly premium you can't afford, we're not going to cover that, right? Me. Yeah, I know. I know you're not going to cover it. Yeah, I know. And then finally, the GOP has advanced a lower health care premiums for all Americans Act. This will give Americans an alternative to Barack Obama's Affordable Care Act, which, like everything else in Washington, actually does the opposite of what it. He's such a weak-sounding speaker. He is. He doesn't sound. I don't know. Who's weaker, Mike Johnson or Crybaby Boehner that used to cry all the time? It's bad enough that we had Adam Kinzinger that cries all the time, but man, a speaker that cries all the time, that seems like maybe. I don't know. That seems like maybe, just maybe. Seems like maybe just oh, look at this. We got a new member. Renee Collins is a new member. Thank you. Thank you for being a new member. Let me see what kind of member you became, then I'll know how much to, what we got here. Welcome to Paying Attention. Wow. Thank you so much for becoming a member of Paying Attention. So with that, folks, that puts us now at $29 away from the first additional hour. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Renee Collins. A requirement to rewrite the Constitution on parchment to be displayed in their office could be interesting. Well, yeah, if they have to write it by hand themselves, that would be cool. That would make None of them are decent. All politicians are corrupt to agree. Some of them are worse than others. Yes, that's true. So, Americans can buy insurance in groups without the big insurance companies controlling costs. This bill sets up a pooling for large group advantages. Small businesses, self-employed individuals, and groups can band together, often across industries or states, to form or join an AHP. This pools them into a single large group for insurance purposes, allowing access to the same regulatory framework and pricing as big employers. Large group plans typically have a lower premium than small group or individual plans. Proponents cite potential reductions of 8 to 30% or more in some cases compared to traditional small group or individual Affordable Care Act plans. I don't know. Is it going to work? Massey voted no. Of course he did. Of course he did. Massey doesn't vote yes for anything unless it's, something the Democrats want. That's why contract law is the strongest in the land. Just in, 4 rhinos sign on to Democrat plan to force a vote on Obamacare subsidies before the January 1st expiration. Yeah, these retards, and they are retards, signed up with the Democrats for a 3-year extension. So guess when it's going to expire if it was to go along with this? It would expire right in the middle of the 2028 election. What do you know? So it makes it a fucking issue for the 2028 presidential election. Instead of biting the bullet now and dealing with it, they want to kick the can so to fuck over the next Republican to run for president. That's what these rhinos are doing. That's crazy. 4 rhinos broke away from the GOP to force a vote on extending expiring healthcare subsidies under the Affordable Care Act. This was one of the debates during the government shutdown that started in October, and it remains a key factor as other January 30th government funding deadline looms. A group of 4 Republicans on Wednesday joined with the Demon Rats to force a vote on extending the COVID-19 area enhanced subsidies. The move follows a protracted battle in both chambers of Congress. The Senate previously rejected plans for both parties. Representative Brian Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania, Mike Lawler from New York, Rob Bresnahan from Ohio, and Ryan McKenzie of Pennsylvania all signed on to the discharge petition to force the vote. The measure will likely clear the lower chamber, though it remains unclear whether the Republican-led Senate will approve the extension under the circumstances. Yes. Mike Lawler has slammed House leadership's announcing that the decision to sign on to the 3-year extension. The morning I signed a discharge petition for the clean 3-year extension of the enhanced premium tax credits while I've been working for a bipartisan compromise. The failure of leadership to allow a vote on the floor left me with no choice. Wow. Wow, look at this. Renee Collins, 5 gifted memberships. Wow, let's see who got those gifted memberships. It says that Gina Chosen and NF4DM received a gifted membership. Kat Randall received a gifted membership. Mordred Kane received a gifted membership. Stanley Start 411 received a gifted membership. Hunch the Dirty Roofer received a gifted membership. Wow, that's awesome. That is awesome. And guess what, folks?
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Oh, no. But that, folks, we hit the goal for the first additional hour. And actually, that's $1 over. So that means we are now $99 away from a second additional hour of the show. That's right, folks, $99 away. $99 away on the wall, $99 away. Take one down, pass it around. We'll get another hour to stay, y'all. $99 a beer on the wall, $99. Second hour, $99. La 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 la. And Jim's singing because he's stupid. Thanks, Renee. That's great. So what does that mean? It will be automatically. It'll be automatically extended. That's yay. Yep. Thanks, Renee. Cheers. If they do this, it's going to have to go to the Senate, and so they would need to get over 60 votes in the Senate, unless the Republicans don't filibuster and they let them get it. And Trump would have to sign it to extend it, which Trump could say no. And then if Trump says no, they would need 2/3 in both houses to override the veto, which they couldn't get. But anyway, what needs to happen is this 3-year extension would completely fuck over the next person to run for president on the Republican side in 2028. Because it would be like, oh, you're going to extend this? You're going to force them to do this? You're going to extend this? Why did you do this? It's going to be a whole thing. You've heard worse karaoke? Well, I don't really sing karaoke. And he sings Mother Papillon. Great to see you here. See the site for more info. This isn't just about New York. Other groups and states are the same situation. I don't know what you guys were talking about. You guys heard, though, that New York Kathy Hochul just agreed to a plan to enact medically assisted suicide in New York to become the 13th or 14th state to do it. All these Democrat states are, complaining about, that they need to make it legal for people to medically, Minecraft themselves. But yet, they don't want anybody to own a gun. It's weird. It's very weird. No way Trump would sign it even if it did pass. I don't know. I don't know if he would. It's Mike Lawler. What a piece of shit he is. Rob Bresnahan also went on after congressional leadership. Doing nothing was not an option. And all this is not a bill I ever intended to support. It's the only option remaining. How about fixing the problem? Despite our months-long call for action, leadership on both sides of the aisle failed to work together to advance any bipartisan compromise. So you're just going to give in to what the Democrats want. Oh, that's always compromises. Republicans give Democrats what they want so that they don't get called mean names. What about the love gun? Well, that's a great Kiss song, though. Love gun. Leaving this is the only way to protect the 28,000 people in my district from higher costs. Wait a minute. You're worried about 28,000 people in your district having higher costs. So you're going to talk about spending billions and billions of dollars that are going to cost everybody else money? Families in NEPA cannot afford to have the rug pulled out from them. Doing nothing was not an option. Fuck you. Get these people out of office. Vote primary every one of these retards. It's a developing story. Retards in Maryland overrode a veto from Obama Light Moore and will now form a reparations committee to report by 27 on how much to pay to people who were never slaves. Yeah. That is some fucky shit. Hey, we've been going 2 hours. Got 170 people watching. And let's see how many likes we got. Oh, man, 62? No, 96. So it'd be nice if we had another 70 likes or so. With the amount of people watching, there should be about 70 likes. Just saying. Could be nice. Would be nice. Let me get the goal reacclimated. 20 super chats for 1 hour. All right. Show how we will celebrate. We will celebrate like this. Okay. I think that's right. Hey, Sylvie is here. Great to see you, Sylvie. Awesome. Catching up. Awesome. Thank you. Where are they going to get the money? From each other? Yeah. Moderate House Republicans. No, they're not moderates. They're called rhinos. Joined the demon rats to force a vote on extending healthcare subsidies. The question that I want to know is why would we need to give subsidies for something that was supposed to make healthcare affordable? Was that the purpose of it? Was just to give government money for government to take over healthcare? Because that's what it seems like. It never worked. It's been 15 years, and all it's done is cause prices to go up and up and up and up and up and up. Hey, Doc is here. What's up? How you doing, Doc? Awesome. Thanks for being here. That is coming. New York has an unconstitutional quarantine regulation. Other blue states will copy it. Logan's Run. Probably. So the move follows a protracted battle. So we read all this. So these House Republicans joined with Hakeem Jeffries to approve Obamacare discharge petition. Did you ever hear of any discharge petitions when Nancy Pelosi was Speaker? No. No. Democrats never buck their powers that be. They stick together like flies on something. Newsweek says, list of Republicans defying Mike Johnson. We already saw their 4 names. Yeah. Why it matters. 22 million people could see increased premiums. So 22 million people out of 400 million, and we're worried. Really? What about all the people whose other premiums are going to go up? Because whatever happens, whenever the government starts giving money to stuff, that causes the price to go up. And generally speaking, we pay. We pay. Oh, yeah. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene is still being a retard. And she says, the dam is breaking. Trump is losing control of the GOP. So what? Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks she's going to be, controlling the GOP? Or get a vote to veto it, maybe. That's why we need a Republican governor to destroy it. Girls, I didn't want to think Nancy are in discharge at the same time. Well, allegedly, JFK did a little discharge with Nancy back when she was in her, younger years. So I don't even know if I want to play this. I guess I will because
shift better than my lead source tonight. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia had a lot to say when I sat down with her earlier this evening. Congresswoman, thank you for being here. Obviously, it's been a big day here in Washington. And over at the White House, the people I've been talking to, it's a lot of the fallout from the Vanity Fair interview, the comments from Susie Wiles on the record that they've been defending against. Obviously, the president famously does not drink and never has. But when Susie Wiles compares him and says that he is the personality of an alcoholic, and the way she described that, she meant that he basically has a view that there's nothing he can't do, nothing, zero, nothing. Do you agree with that assessment?
I disagree with that. And we saw the major fallout happen yesterday with his statements on the tragic murder of Rob Reiner and his wife. MAGA faithful reacted big time. And they called it out. It's all over social media. People, his supporters, including myself, we didn't appreciate hearing.
She's not a supporter of Trump. She hasn't been a supporter of Trump for over a month now. She's been fucking around and playing games. She was with people calling Trump a pedophile standing on the steps of Congress. Her and Massey. She's not a supporter of Trump. I don't know if she ever was. I don't know if it was just a grift, just like her grift to steal money for her construction company to hire illegal aliens.
The president, who himself was shot, and after Charlie Kirk's horrific murder, we didn't appreciate, even if you don't agree with Rob Reiner politically, there was no reason for his statement to be the statement that he made.
Yeah, when he says,
he said rest in peace. He didn't say laughing. He didn't say anything. You deserved it. Nothing like that. All the people said about Charlie Kirk. Wow, man, they're really conflating things. I mean, it was, his statement was a little, what's the word I'm looking for? A little uncouth, a little, abrasive, but it wasn't like, he didn't call him a fucking scumbag. He just said, hey, I heard this stuff. Now, I don't know, maybe Trump heard something. It's come out that the Obamas were supposed to be at the party, but they were late getting in. And so Michelle Obama said, I was supposed to meet with them at the party, but we were late. So what I think happened, he wasn't celebrating the man's death. He said, rest in peace. He was being honest. The Obamas were supposed to be at the party. So what I think happened is that the what's it called? The advance team of the Secret Service was at the party when this argument happened between Rob Reiner and his son. So it was documented. Okay. And that's how Trump knew something happened, that there was some kind of issue. And who knows? Maybe there's more that we don't know. Maybe some things were said. Maybe it got back to Trump, whatever was said. But, because the Obamas cannot go to this party without there being Secret Service there ahead of time, checking out who's there, making sure it's okay. Okay, he can come in. That's how it works. I mean, even for a former president, that's how it works. They have their team of people and they advance and do stuff. And, I mean, the cat got out of the bag. That's why I was like, oh, that's how Trump knew something, because the Secret Service reported it. It went up the chain. The head of the Secret Service called him and said, hey, you're not going to believe what fucking happened. Reiner colluded with the whole Russia. Yeah, he was working with the CIA and people like him and a bunch of other lefties to try and prove Trump was colluding with Russia. Yeah, drama. That's Marjorie Traitor Green. That's her name.
It was just in the immediate aftermath of us finding out about Rob Reiner, and obviously now his son has been taken into custody. You've said that his murder was not about politics or political enemies. The president called him bad for our country and said he was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned.
I thought that statement was absolutely completely below the...
The truth? Really? Below the belt? Really? Really, Marjorie? Below the belt? Really? Or the truth? What's the truth? Yeah, they leaked it as well. Yeah. And I never liked Reiner, so I really don't care. He's no longer here. I feel for the loss of his family, though. Who knows? They may have promised the son to, well, something. Here's the thing. Like, at first I was like, whatever. Renee says, this is Trump's post. Trump is Trump. He never been a social diplomat. Yeah, no, he's always going to be Trump. He's going to say how he feels. But I'm just saying, like, that didn't come out of nowhere, though. That statement was because somebody, somewhere, he got information that it was because of Rob Reiner's TDS or something that this happened. Casa Rebel says, I was in the middle of a raid. Good to see you all. Thank you for BTN for raiding as well. Oh, between the nose. Oh, okay, thank you. Meathead's gonna meathead. It's tragic nonetheless. No, it is tragic. It is. Like I did a whole thing. I was like, whatever. He said, stuff when it originally happened. And then I saw what Rob Reiner said after Charlie Kirk died. And I said, you know what? I'm going to just say that maybe he wasn't as crazy bad left wing as I thought he was, because he actually said some things about the people that were talking, making fun of Charlie Kirk dying and all this stuff and saying how they're not liberals and all this stuff. So I was like, all right, you know what? I'm going to, I can, you could disagree with somebody politically and all this stuff, but if he would have said anything remotely fucked up about Charlie Kirk dying, I would have been like, fuck that guy. There were a lot of people who didn't realize he had TDS. There weren't a lot of people, yeah. Trumpinator says, Reiner was a piece of shit and he raised a psycho son. Well, I'm wondering now, too, like, maybe, who knows, maybe there was some other stuff going on with the son. Maybe there was, maybe there was something else going on. I mean, there's always been these rumors about Rob Reiner, all right? There was always rumors about Rob Reiner and, what was her name? O'Rourke. Not Amanda O'Rourke. It's something else. O'Rourke. There was always these rumors about O'Rourke. The girl from Poltergeist. I can't think of her first name. That something happened with Rob Reiner and this person, let's say, and other people. But considering that Reiner was colluding with the Obama clapper and Brennan to ruin his presidency, I'm not surprised Trump said what he said. Yeah. Which is where is kid killing a father or dying first? Just one of those questions that slip into your head and never leave. Yeah. Heather O'Rourke. Yeah. Yes. RL from that movie. Yeah. Schizophrenia can happen in the best families. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. Rob Reiner treated Penny Marshall badly. You do not get where he was without doing things. Heather. Yeah. I don't know. Should I play any more of this? Do we want to listen to any more of his blather coming out of Marjorie Trader Green's mouth? 1 in the chat for yes, 2 in the chat for no. Wasn't that Steven Spielberg? He was the one who directed Heather O'Rourke. I don't know supposedly Rob Reiner, Rob Reiner was friends with a lot of these people, and supposedly stuff you can, it's kind of like the same. All right, I see twos. Oh, I got a 3 from None Your Business. I guess that means I should end the stream. Nick is a bad seed. I recognize it. We have one too. Okay. You're sick of MTG. Okay. Funny how many directors got freebies for roles in movies. Yeah. What was that other guy? Roman Polanski, right? Wasn't he one? Did something? Bella is off camera. I will fix it right now. Penny was his ex-wife. No, I know Penny Marshall was his ex-wife. Even in Hollywood, 15-year-old doesn't start taking heroin for no reason. Well, that's what I'm wondering. And then there was that thing I played it of, remember, old Grabby himself, the former Senator Al Franken from Minnesota. No, we weren't saying that Rob Reiner directed Poltergeist, but this group of people and anyway. We will get this. Assemblyman Lyle Culpepper addresses the Brown shooter situation. Okay, I'll pull that up. Oh, wow. Well, this is going to be funny. Because I can tell right now, this looks like a fucking... Is this real? Is this fucking real? Are you fucking with me? Is this real? Because this looks an awful lot like some kind of this looks an awful lot like this might be like AI or something. But I'm gonna play it anyway because I'm an idiot. Did I see Billy Crystal's roast of Reiner? It was even more damning than Franken's. Well, yeah, that was the thing. Like Al Franken claimed making stuff about how like of Rob getting raped as a kid, and Rob laughed and thought it was funny, and it maybe Rob was doing, I don't know. You're saying it's real? This is real? Rob's wife took the photo for Trump's Art of the Deal book cover. The face, hair, something ain't right. That's what I'm saying, all right? Absent-minded. Great to see you, but let's see what this is, all right?
We're asking the public to please stop referring to him as the brown shooter, as this has an inherently Islamophobic connotation. And it's because of the university. It's not because of the Brown, because of Brown University, not because of the color of skin. Right. We are also asking the public to please stop posting photos of Mufasa Carmax. We would, for the sake of diversity, really like to pin this on a different ethnicity, because it is unfair to keep blaming Islam for every violent act they commit. Let's do better. We are asking the public to please stop referring to him as the brown shooter. I
wish I would have had this for my
Islamophobic connotation.
Mark Rubert did a What's Up episode on Rob and his
Brown
son Nick.
because of Brown University, not because of the color of skin. Right. We are also asking the public to please stop posting photos.
I don't
of
care
Mufasa
what you're
Carmax.
asking, Foo.
We would, for the sake of diversity, really like to pin this on a different ethnicity, because it is unfair to keep blaming Islam for every violent act they commit.
Yeah, so this is probably the guy, according to the videos that I saw and everything. And what's also interesting is this guy is also the other person of interest that they're looking for, that they've identified, that they've showed, is that girl that we looked at earlier, is also a member of the same group that he is, Students for Justice in Palestine. Not for the stinger, Jewish comedian. 2016. Yeah, pin it on a Christian. What if it was a Muslim? Well, if it's this guy, it was. If it's this guy, it was. And the other person they're looking for is also another Muslim involved in this stuff. But is that you, Jim? You've caught me. You got me. Why would you want to pin it on any color? Yeah, I don't know. This is now. I'm going to jump into some slightly good news for everybody who's paying attention. All Breaking. Rhino Dan Newhouse is retiring from Congress, leaving only one of the 10 Republicans who voted to impeach Trump left in the House. That's right. Four of them lost. Four of them retired already. Crybaby Adam Kinzinger. Yes. And so now there's only one left. I wonder who that is. I don't even know who that is. Just pick somebody already. Yeah, right? Don't want any detailed investigation information. Already PDF files. Serves no purpose except tabloid propaganda. You can't catch Jim. He doesn't wear shoes. That's right. I don't wear them because of my ethnic background. I am a member of the Blackfoot tribe. Blackfeet, actually. Today, I am announcing I will not seek re-election in 2026. See my statement below. I am announcing today that I will not seek re-election in the U.S. House of Representatives, serving the 4th District of Washington. It has been an honor of my life, and decision comes with no reservation or remorse. Only gratitude for the tremendous opportunity to have represented my home state in Congress. Rotten feet. What? After over 25 years of public service. I always hate that they say it's public service. Oh, look, Billy Crystal joking about Reiner. Oh, I will pull that up in a second. Oh, Renee Collins, me too, Cherokee and Blackfoot. Public service takes many forms. As I look forward to this new chapter, I will always continue. Are you going to cover the Fannie Willis hearing? I wasn't planning on covering it because it was fucking pathetic. I saw some of it and I was like, this is garbage. They let her just talk her shit and be her, sassy black woman stuff, snapping her fingers. And she's going to, no one tell me. And she kept throwing jabs and saying stuff. And, Adam's a member of the Fakawi tribe. Yes. Whenever they go places, they would just say, "Hey, where the fuck are we?" Any public services are public servants. Well, yeah. I thank my family for the steadfast love and support. God bless America, and God bless the people of the 4th District of Washington. Well, according to this, it says, Rhino congressman who voted to impeach President Trump will not seek re-election. Yay! Blackfoot was an awesome band. I liked Littlefoot better because they are paid servants. Funny how Fannie knew all about what the AG spent, but not her own office. That's crazy, right? Crazy. Yeah, if it's public service, why do they end up making millions? I don't know. Well, exactly, and called the one guy out for what she called fraud that killed people. Yeah, I didn't make millions. Yeah. Rhino Newhouse was one of the 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach President Trump. The Monbacks work sanitation. Monback. They were a great band. Fannie had $10,000 purse on the desk with her. She's a psycho. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Ever since Citizen United, it's all about the money. Agenda and lobbies. Little feet. Yeah, whatever. You know what I meant. Jim, you get millions from your Navy service? Weird. No. I mean, when we were in, we barely got enough money to live on. Really, it was rough. Newhouse announced he will not seek re-election in 2026, leaving Rep. David Valcado from from California, Valadao, is the only in a group remaining in Congress. She was openly displaying the theft. Yeah, she was. Lowell George in that Craftsman socket. R in Washington means he will be gerrymandered out, probably. So he's announcing his retirement, 25 years. Oh, feel sorry for me because I didn't steal enough money. And he hopes he'll have a strong, capable leader whom he can pass the torch to. I thank my family for their steadfast love and support. Well, whatever. You're a fucking rhino piece of shit. The fates of the 10 Republicans who voted to impeach. Liz Cheney defeated in the 2022 primary by like 40 points. Blackfoot Highway Song. John Katko, New York, retired in 22. Adam Kinzinger, retired. I cried about it, retired in 22. Fred Upton, Michigan, retired in 22. Jamie Herrera Bootler, Washington, defeated in the 2022 primary. Peter Maher, defeated in the 2022 primary. Anthony Gonzalez, retired in 2022. Tom Rice, defeated in the 2022 primary. Dan Newhouse will not seek re-election. And David Valadao, elected in 2024, currently serving in the 119th Congress. That guy got to go. Gots to go. Dan Newhouse will not seek re-election. House Republican who voted to impeach Trump in 21 won't seek re-election. Okay. Now, this is what they're talking about. Let's not forget the roast Billy Crystal did on Rob Reiner. Madness typically refers to a state of severe mental illness or an extreme state of mind characterized by irrationality, delusions, or unstable behavior. It can also be described to actions or behaviors that are perceived as wildly unreasonable or chaotic. Remember, it's not a job, it's an adventure. U.S. Navy tagline. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All I remember is the Navy stands for, it stands for never again volunteer yourself. We have a Rue de Boeuf rock in Waterville, end of 1812 roar. Mad Anthony Wayne. It's a grift is more apt. I think Little Turtle was the tribe's chief. Don't let the door hit you. So let's see here.
When the Friars decided to honor you, Rob, do you know why?
Why? Tell me.
I'll tell you. It's because of your films. Films that make you think. They make you think, what the hell am I doing here? And Rob has always been compared to the great directors, always. When he directed me and all the great cast and Harry and Sally, they compared him to Woody. When he did Misery, they compared it to Brian De Palma and Alfred Hitchcock. And when he began working closely with children, they compared him to Woody. And but what I respect most about Rob is his deep, almost suspicious love for kids, and he freely gives them his time, his money, whatever it takes to get them into the van. But you know, revenge. Do his work for kids. Become a major, wonderful political activist, which is a code name for unemployed movie director. He's now Mr. Inside Politics. You see him all over doing great things. He calls the president Bill. He calls the vice president Al, and he calls Domino's 5 times a week because food is a very important thing to my friend.
Katko is my congressman, and yes, he lives not far from me, another compromised individual. Trump refused to endorse him. Well, of course, why would he endorse him? It's illegal to hunt rhinoceroses. I think you have to have a special permit in Africa to hunt rhinoceroses, I think. Gotta love ex-Hollywood's just telling the truth. He was the first to come to the house. Yeah, that's what they said, that he went there and identified the bodies and he left in tears. Billy Crystal, I think he lives like 3 doors. Yeah, Billy Crystal knows comedy. Yeah. I still occasionally love, I don't know if you guys ever saw the movie Running Scared with Billy Crystal and Gregory Hines, where they play Chicago cops, and they have a very young, as a friend. Yeah, no, he went there as a friend to visit the house. Yeah, he's like, he doesn't live that far from there, if my information is correct. Yeah, Ricky Gervais told the truth. Yeah. But if you haven't saw the movie Running Scared with Billy Crystal and Gregory Hines and young Jim his name? Jimmy. Oh man, Puerto Rican Jimmy. And then the guy Palantino, the guy that played was in Sopranos. What the fuck was his name? Yeah, great movie. Anyway, yeah, great movie. Good movie. Funny movie. Oh no, they don't pay me no more. Billy Crystal went to college on a baseball scholarship. Yeah. Jimmy Smits. Yeah, Jimmy Smits is in it. Young Jimmy Smits, and then the guy. What's his name? Palantolio. Ralph. Massage therapist was first, daughter second. Massage therapist was first, daughter second, Billy third. All the casting couch jokes and then this crap, they weren't joking all along, right out of the open, vile cesspit. Rob did a good job with This Is Spinal Tap. Yeah. Okay. And then across the ocean, yeah, bunch of Hollywood gossip. Yeah, well. Bondi Beach terrorist Naveed Akram charged with 15 murders as victims' funerals begin. What's this? Mark Kelly presser 4 hours ago. He might be going back to boot camp. Open door for your commentary. Okay. You're set to see Spinal Tap 2. I haven't seen it yet either. I love the first one. We'll have to, I'm going to have to see the second one. But it's not, like, all right. I'll pull that up as soon as I get done with this story. Kelly needs to boot up his ass. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'll pull that up after this story. So, Bondi Beach terrorists, everything we know about the suspects in the Bondi Beach massacre.
A disturbing anti-Semitic terror attack on one of Australia's world-famous beaches, as thousands of Jews were celebrating Hanukkah during a family-friendly event. Who are Sajid and Naveed Akram, the father-son duo who allegedly killed at least 15 and injured 40 more during Australia's deadliest mass shooting in nearly 30 years. During an otherwise peaceful day at Bondi Beach in Sydney on Sunday, 2 terrorists unloaded a barrage of bullets at beachgoers during a harrowing onslaught that lasted more than 10 minutes. In addition to children, the victims also included a rabbi and a Holocaust survivor. Disturbing footage from the scene shows the 2 terrorists, one of whom had a shotgun and the other a bolt-action rifle, firing round after round from a bridge overlooking a Hanukkah by the Sea 2025 event, which had a petting zoo and a bubble station for the kids. Authorities said the 2 twisted gunmen were believed to be a father-son duo who had a trove of legally owned guns. On Monday, New South Wales police revealed the shooters' identities as 24-year-old Naveed Akram and his 50-year-old father, Sajid. Naveed is in critical condition after being hit by police, while Sajid was shot by police and died at the scene. Improvised explosive devices were recovered from the deceased gunman's vehicle at Bondi Beach, according to police. Officials said Sajid was part of a gun club and held a recreational hunting license for over a decade. New South Wales Police Commissioner Mal Lanyon said the officials were still looking into the pair's background because they knew, quote, very little about them. The BBC reported that Minister for Home Affairs Tony Burke inferred that Sajid...
That's actually a lie. They were investigating the son for 6 months because they thought he had ties, and they had just cleared him recently and said, oh, he doesn't have ties to any extremist groups.
...had permanent residency in Australia and arrived in the country reportedly from Pakistan on a student visa in 1998. His son Naveed is an Australian citizen who, according to the Times UK, worked as a bricklayer but had been out of a job for weeks prior to the shooting. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese confirmed that Naveed had come to the attention of the country's intelligence officials in 2019, but was given a clean bill of health, with no indication that he would engage in violence. According to a report from ABC, officials said they had taken an interest in Naveed after he was found to be an associate of Isaac El-Matari, a radicalized Sydney man who was arrested and jailed for starting a local Islamic State cell and planning terror attacks.
Oh, what do you know?
Australia's intelligence chief Mike Burgess confirmed that one of the gunmen was known to the agency, but was not deemed an immediate threat. He said the agency was looking into the matter. ABC reported that investigators from Australia's Joint Counter-Terrorism Team believe the gunman had pledged allegiance to an Islamic State terrorism group.
You don't say.
Officials told the outlet anonymously.
You don't say. So the guy was friends with the guy who started an ISIS cell and was going to do terror attacks, and he pledged allegiance to ISIS. You don't say. Wow. If only you would have known something ahead of time.
That 2 IS flags were found inside the father-son duo's car at the ravaged beach. Despite cops reportedly being nearby, the gunman went unchallenged for more than 10 minutes. It wasn't until a heroic shopkeeper tackled and disarmed one of the terrorists that police appeared to return fire. Shocking video captured the...
Now, I want to correct one thing I said on the night that this happened when this came out. I said that maybe the reason this guy didn't shoot him is because he's also a Muslim. Because when I heard his name is like Ahmed or something like that. But it turns out he's not a Muslim. He's a Christian who fled from Lebanon because he was being persecuted and moved to Australia, years ago. It's been in Australia for a long time, but he's one of the, basically there used to be a lot of Christians in like Lebanon and Syria and Iraq and all over the place. All over there used to be a lot of Christians, but they've been slowly ran out by the Muslims, per se, true refugees.
Moment that 43-year-old Ahmed Al-Ahmed, wearing a white shirt, sneaked up behind the shotgun-wielding gunman and wrestled the weapon away from him. After a daring struggle, Ahmed, who owns a local fruit stand, then pointed the weapon at the terrorist, who fell to the ground before scampering away. Ahmed was shot twice in the arm by the second terrorist during the heroic actions and was taken to a hospital for surgery. In the aftermath of the attack, Australian officials are now considering bolstering the country's firearm laws in New South Wales.
Okay.
Australia has been notoriously harsh on firearms ownership and cracked down following the 1996 mass shooting in Port Arthur, Tasmania, which left 35 dead and 24 wounded. Semi-automatic rifles were banned, and the country enacted strict registration and purchasing restrictions for all weapons.
Wow. Interesting. Right? Interesting. Suspected ISIS terrorist accused of shooting up the Hanukkah Center on Bondi Beach with his now dead dad was hit with nearly 60 charges on Wednesday as funerals started for some of the 15 who were slaughtered. Naveed Akram, 24, was hit with a slew of charges, including terrorism and 15 counts of murder. After waking up from a coma in the hospital, he has since been shot by cops and ending Sunday's bloodshed. Wow. And so, we got, wait, I want to do this real quick. So, Al Franken did a roast of Rob Reiner, Hollywood News, just like they did with Weinstein, Meryl Streep Academy speech joke. Yeah, I believe Billy was a shortstop, if I'm not mistaken. Boot camp isn't that tough. If you've been there, done that, that's right. Rob also directed The Sure Thing and A Princess Bride, and also The Bucket List, and A Few Good Men. All right. Why not call it as a jihadist attack? Well, they just did. It's worse than that. Franken was roasting Rob's dad, molesting him. That same night, Crystal roasted him for luring kids into a van. They're beyond evil, yes. I love importing problems into my life. It makes me feel like I'm alive, yes. You notice the victims were not wearing burqas, yes. When you are 17, 18 and no life experience, it sucks, yeah. You should have been sent to hell with the father, or be fed nothing but pork till he dies. Life. Yeah. Something like that could happen here. Oh, it can. Yep. It'll be the, they must have some blackmail on Albanese, something. Brian, I'm a little sure arthritis pain will get the point of punishment across. Yeah. Another Brown shooter. Nothing phases ex-military people, mostly. Yeah, mostly. Didn't the cops shoot him too? I'm not sure. The man is a hero. Yes, he is. I think they're saying they're still saying he's a Muslim. He's not. He's not. He's a Lebanese. He's a Lebanese Christian. The Packies weren't Christians. No. The guy who's wrestled the gun away from the Packie was a Christian refugee from Lebanon. That was the shooters, yeah. What a wild event. Psyop galore. Yeah. Yeah, it was the gun that did it. Guy on the bridge shot him. Yeah. And then, yeah, there are a number of Arab and Persian Christians and Jews. Yeah, there are. Criminals don't care about gun laws. Yeah. How did that work out for the civilians? Yeah. Confirmed by the family, he's a Muslim from Syria. Well, I heard the one guy who said he was his brother or something said he was a Christian refugee from Lebanon. Gun-free zone harder. We'll solve it. Second base? Oh, I thought it was shortstop. 2 more to the white list. Yeah. Syrian. Well, Lebanon is what I heard. They are being eliminated by the day. He's accused of joining his father in an anti-Semitic mass shooting of targeting Jews celebrating Hanukkah at the famed beach. Pork is an acceptable last meal for that shitbag. Yeah. His dad was also shot and died at the scene. I watched the video of the shooting. It was crazy. Yeah, we watched pretty much most of it on the show the other night the night it happened. Hero cop who killed Bondi Beach terrorist was a once-in-a-lifetime shot. What about all the other people that was there that could have been doing stuff? Brazilian influencer, 25 plunges to death from 10th floor condo. Cops believe it was no accident. That video is way better than Brown's video. It is. It's surprising, right? Like, why they got good videos there. The charges include 1 count of murder for each of the slain victims, as well as 40 counts of causing harm. The grandfather of the 10-year-old victim, Matilda, sits inside the Shabbat of Bondi synagogue before the funeral of Rabbi Eli Schlanger, one of the victims of the Bondi shooting. He was also slapped with 1 count of committing a terrorist act. Just 1 count of committing a terrorist act. So these are the victims. Matilda Britvan, Dan Elkayem, Rabbi Eli Schlanger, Royven Morrison, Alex Kleitman, Edith Brutman, Peter Mager, Tibor Weitzman, Marika Pogany, Rabbi Yakov Levitan, Boris Gurman, and Sophia Gurman. Toxic to empathy. Gad Saad, after the terrorist was disarmed, he regrouped, and rest in peace. Other Hanukkah celebrants. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, who knows? Maybe they would have charged the guy if he would have shot him. And charged him. Well, no, you can't shoot this guy. You disarmed him. You can't shoot him now, maybe. What's this say? Because it's late to save Australia, they are at the point of trying to scare people quiet, and they still have numbers to put them down. What's this? Nice pronunciations. I try my best to do it the way I think it should sound. I don't know. Retard Finder. I find retards. 31 million. The winner, the most retarded male politician 2025 goes to. Okay, I'm going to have to pull that up too, I guess. Okay, cool. Investigators had earlier revealed that Akram's car, which was found at the scene, contained IEDs, homemade explosives, and ISIS flags. We won't soon say if they aren't gotten out of our country. Some folks think Hezbollah. Top cop defends. The Bondi Beach officer accused of surrendering reveals what she was really doing. Oh, yeah, that was a cop that was like, no, don't shoot me. Bondi shooter renewed gun license even after son was probed for ISIS terror links. Well, that probably wasn't a good idea. Teen who shielded Bondi victims' kids with her own injured body hailed after massacre. How Bondi Beach gunman potentially planned massacre months ahead and his final insult to victims and family. Ahmed Al-Ahmed, 43, just tackled one of the shooters. Early indications point to a terrorist attack inspired by ISIS, a listed terrorist organization in Australia. North South Wales police said in a statement. Yes, he was, say it again, he was on our radar. Australia, they can make you walk the earth and never be seen again. Middle of Australia, you go nowhere. I don't know what Hasbara is. Akram remains in a hospital under heavy police guard and is slated to appear in court via video link early next week. Authorities are still probing the alleged connections to ISIS and have zeroed in on a trip the suspects made to the Philippines in November. Oh, so they went to the Philippines. What do you know? The government of Australia's spy agency are under increasing pressure to explain why the elder Akram was allowed to legally acquire high-powered rifles and shotguns used in the attack. Jim, what time is it where you're at? My time is now 2,400 minutes. All right, it's 11:47 where I'm at. If Brown really took down the cameras because they didn't want to accidentally identify any protesters, wouldn't they be liable for creating an unsafe violation environment? Yeah, they would be, as the Irish would say, they'd be fucked if they took the cameras down in a civil wrongful death lawsuit. Fucked. They're perfect for the NWO. Just import millions and strip gun laws. Yeah, hamster wheel of death. Yes, it is. Wait, he doesn't get his 72 virgin goats? Man, sucks for him, huh? Yeah. Fucked. Questions are also swirling after the merge. Akram was briefly investigated by the Domestic Intelligence Agency over his alleged links to ISIS. But they said, hey, we can't say that this guy is a terrorist because he's Pakistani. And, that sounds like Pakistanis. Maybe he's just, into construction. Australia is already a prison. I have a portal gym, and I know how to use them. Okay. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, which they call anal, A-N-A-L, anal, has said there was no evidence at the time that he posed a threat. Oh, is there evidence now that he posed a threat? Meanwhile, the charges came as hundreds of mourners from Sydney's close-knit Jewish community gathered to begin burying the dead. Yeah, Pakistanis. Yes. A portrait of the 10-year-old Matilda, victim of the Bondi shooting, sits on a flower memorial beside Bondi Pavilion. We send stupid people to stupid countries. Things happen. You're borrowing that? Go ahead. Jews are often buried within 24 hours after their deaths. Ahmed Al-Ahmed suffered gunshot wounds and was due to undergo surgery on Wednesday. The victims range from 10-year-old to 87-year-old. So the same thing on Fox. The surviving terror suspect slapped with charges in wake of the shooting. And then I hate Reuters that they do this crap all the time, so I have to do this all the time. And then, Australian police charged him, Bondi gunman, with 59 offenses. Late to the fight, Boobies had to check out her service weapons from the Army at HQ. Paperwork takes time. Yeah. You got 2,400 minutes to kill. I don't know what you mean. That's a lot of minutes. So 60 minutes is an hour. So 10 hours would be 600 minutes. So you're talking about I have 40 hours to kill? I didn't see any type of money coming in for 40 hours. But oh my God, what's this on my PayPal? Nothing. So let's do this. Next story. This is the ultimate FAFO. Mark Kelly was just informed that he's under investigation by the Navy, and by the looks of it, he ain't happy, which makes me happy. Raise your hand if you want to see Mark Kelly stripped of rank and court-martialed for sedition. 31. Bobbies, not boobies. Oh, I thought you were just because it was a female cop. Well, you said boobies. Had to check out their weapon. They are boobies, though. I'm confused now. Was it the bridge person that was unalived? No, the bridge person was the son. It was the guy who got the gun taken away, then went up by the son. The son had another gun up there. He went up by the son, got another gun, and then he was unalived by a cop. But then there was after they were both shot, a civilian went up on the bridge and was trying to get the weapon away from the son who was still alive. And then that guy was shot by cops that went up there to, what's this? House passes bill to prosecute doctors and parents for sex changes for children, with 3 Democrats joining Republicans, but 4 Republicans voting against it. Trans Rep Tim McBride freaks out ahead of the vote. Oh my God, do you have that Gundam Zig? Do you have it? That would be great to see. So let's see here.
Surprised by the answer.
Has DOD reached out to you at all as a part of their investigation?
The last thing I heard from DOD regarding me personally was in 2011 when I retired from the United States Navy and was given the Legion of Merit for my service. So again, yeah, this is all a bunch of bullshit. And the reason why, I think, is because this is just about sending a message to retired service members, active duty service members, government employees. Do not speak out against this president or there will be consequences. So it's a lot bigger than, just dealing with me. And that's why they don't handle this professionally. Like you would expect at some point that DOD would notify me of an investigation, but they haven't. And they haven't because I think what they really care about is the public message. They're going after me, a U.S. Senator, for something I said that was lawful. It's the truth. It was something people are trained on. It was something that Pete Hegseth said in 2016 multiple times. And in his case, specifically about this president and his concerns. They don't want other people saying these kind of things. So they're trying to shut people up. But in this case, they picked the wrong guy. I'm not going to shut up about this. I'm going to continue to do my job. I'm going to stick up for our Constitution. I mean, I think Pete Hegseth is a guy who goes to work every day to try to figure out how does he please the president. That's a recipe for some major problems. All right, thanks, folks. He's got to run.
Thank you.
Wow, thanks, folks. He's got to run. All right, and then this came in. It says the winner of the most retarded male politician of 2025 goes to Gavin Newsom. He won the tardy. Newsom won the tardy. I got the link. I got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, he has a twin too, which is weird. Dude looks like an alien. Yeah, he does. So Gavin Newsom won the tardy. Let's see here. We got this now. Just in. House passes bill to prosecute doctors and parents for sex changes for children, with 3 Democrats joining Republicans, but 4 Republicans voting against it. I want to know the name of the 4 rhinos that voted against it. I'm sure one of them was Thomas Massey. Almost guaranteed one of them was Thomas Massey. Oh, who else? House of Representatives voted on Wednesday evening to pass the Protect Children's Innocence Act, which makes it a crime for sex changes, surgeries, and hormone treatments to be provided to minors. Hey, what's up, Critter Sitters here? Great to see you. Didn't? You don't think he did? Damn lizard people. Yeah. A bill authored by Marjorie Taylor Greene makes it a criminal makes it criminal to knowingly perform or attempt to perform genital or body mutilation on another person who is a minor, with penalties up to 10 years in prison. It further protects minors from chemical castration or hormone treatments. Mark Kelly forgot that the meeting wasn't about him, it was about the narco-terrorists. 400 recipes just today, probably way more from fentanyl, drug ODs, and triple taps. Yeah. MTG is definitely a lizard. Definitely a lizard. All the lizard talk is making first corn pop, 101st corn pop hungry. Parents who facilitate, consent to, or transport the minor receive sex change surgeries could also be charged. Uh-oh. That ain't good. That ain't good for them, is it? Doesn't look like it's going to be ending well for them. Hey, we're approaching 3 hours right now, just to let everybody know. So we got about 30 minutes left of the show unless we hit that second goal for another hour. This codifies President Trump's Protecting Children from Chemical Surgery Mutilation executive order, which restricts sex change and procedures for minors by cutting federal funding to institutions that practice the satanic procedures. It's also the policy of the United States that will not fund, sponsor, promote, assist, or support the so-called transition of a child from one sex to another, and it will rigorously enforce all laws that prohibit or limit these destructive and life-altering procedures. January is going to be an interesting month. It is. Green gave a speech during a debate on the House floor. Today, the House is delivering on what the American people voted for: the opportunity to vote and end the genital mutilation of children via transgender treatment for children. Yes, rally, people, rally, people. Hello, chat. Are you there? Green said nothing, in noting that her bill is a direct legislative reflection of President Trump's executive order and every single Republican campaign promise of 2024. Green destroyed Biden's former assistant HHS Secretary Richard Levine, a man dressed as a woman, for pushing the toxic and dangerous transgender experiment on children during She further slammed the perverted multi-billion-dollar industry of sex change surgeries under the guise of so-called gender-affirming care for minors, explicitly calling out Pfizer, which has led the way in hormone production drugs with revenues of $74 million from those products in 2022 alone. Brian Ogden says, Joe, my rally is done. Sorry. Yeah, Brian Ogden did his part. Let's see. Can I play that? It seems like it might be something that's not appropriate. The bill passed largely along party lines with a vote of 216 to 211, 3 Democrats voting in favor, while 4 Republicans actually voted against it. Democrat Rep. Henry Cuellar, so the guy that Trump pardoned, voted with it because, of course, look at Brian Fitzpatrick, the same, and Mike Lawler. You see the two names? The same rhinos that voted with them for the subsidies. Gabe Evans and Mike Kennedy of Utah. Well, Utah's fucked, man. Utah's got problems, man. Yeah. Donald Davis of North Carolina and Vicente Gonzalez voted in favor of the bill. And then you got these 4. Gabe Evans, Colorado, freak show. Brian Fitzpatrick, what a scum. Mike Kennedy of Utah and Mike Lawler. Wow. Wow. Could have posted my long comment as a question instead of a corrected statement. Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Brian has been very generous tonight. Yes, he always is. Rest in peace, the Reimer twins, academic Pedro, Dr. John Money, created the social constructs, non-binary, transformer, gender ideology, delusions. Yes. Yeah, that guy should have been imprisoned. What he did to those kids. Jim, are you a federal agent? If you are, you got to tell me it's legally required. Ask Joe. I told you that Lawler is compromised. Oh, yeah. I am not a federal agent. Never thought I'd see Mormons lose control of communists, but here we are. Yeah. They've been infiltrated. Ahead of the vote, transgender Rep. Tim Sarah McBride lost it outside the House of Representatives, claiming that Republicans are obsessed with trans people and advocating for children to have these life-altering surgeries. McBride, all Republican politicians care about is making the rich richer and attacking trans people. They're obsessed with trans people. I actually think they think more about trans people than trans people think about trans people. They're consumed with this, and they are extreme on it. Wow. I don't think so. Just lost $10,000 on my lemon Jeep. They tried to offer $300 to buy it. I laughed. Guess I'm walking till I figure it out. What? Jim, why do you say you're not a Fed? I see you at the meetings. I'm undercover. Don't blow my cover. Lawler needs those Westchester County lib votes. Some men make beautiful women. Okay. Oh, look at who it is. It's AOC.
When millions of people will see their healthcare premiums skyrocket. And GOP leadership, with that deadline fast approaching, has decided to schedule 2 votes on anti-trans bills and precisely 0 votes on extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. They would rather have us focus in and debate a misunderstood and vulnerable 1% of the population.
Really?
Instead of focusing in on the fact that they are raiding
That's a man, baby.
In order to pay for tax breaks for the wealthiest 1%. All Republican politicians care about is making the rich richer and attacking trans people. They are obsessed with trans people.
Technically, Jim
I
tells
actually
you
think
was
they
a
think
Fed.
more about trans people than trans people think about trans people.
I don't think so.
They are consumed with this, and they are extreme on it.
Yeah, and the extended. Oh, yes. The biggin. Okay. He then sexualized minors and accused Republicans of making it more difficult for so-called trans children to be a kid. I marvel at the courage of transgender young people today who are sharing themselves with their families in the world. What? I don't want any kids sharing themselves with anybody. That's what we think Rob Reiner did to that girl from Poltergeist. That shit's not allowed. Man with milk cannons. Yeah, who paid you in your 20s? Man with milk cannons. You think they have a group chat to make sure they don't have the same color power suits? Maybe. Yes. I'm tired of hearing about trans people. Yes. Trans people are retarded figs. I've already had enough to be a kid. It's already hard enough to be a kid. The government should make it harder. Yeah, I'm not listening to that person anymore. So, all right. This is some more. So this is globalize the Intifada chanters face UK arrest after the Bondi Beach attack. That's right. You don't have free speech. You don't have free speech in the UK. I don't know who pays you now. Dude is a demon. Yeah. Why you do, kind people? You do. All the people here that pay is who pays me now. Seattle's Children's Hospital fudged the stats. Already self-deletion ideations, post-pre-transitions. We're coming after your kids. Yes. Two police chiefs in the UK warned that people who chant globalize the Intifada face arrest in the wake of the Bondi Beach attack and other attacks of violence against Jewish communities, saying the context has changed. We just started a TV show called Corn Pop Pays Jim. All right. Intifada means uprising and is commonly associated with past Palestinian violence against Israelis, as well as nonviolent resistance. Well, I don't think it's been anything nonviolent about any Intifada. The chant "Globalize the Intifada," heard at pro-Palestinian rallies during the Gaza war, is viewed by many Jewish groups as a call for violence against Jews. It's a call for violence against all people that aren't on their side. Any Christians, any Jews, anyone who doesn't support their ideology. It's not the government. I blame the foundation of the family. Yeah. Go tribe. Yeah. I was late and then had to take care of something. Been listening. Finally able to get behind the PC to watch. That's my excuse. Okay. All right. Dude looks like a lady. Muslim, fascist, racist people. It comes at a time of rising anti-Semitism. London Metropolitan Police Commissioner Sir Mark Rowley and Greater Manchester Police Chief Constable Sir Stephen Watson delivered a joint statement after the Bondi attack on a Hanukkah celebration. Hanukkah party, Sunday in Sydney, Australia. Well, I wonder what they're going to do about the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, because he says globalize intifada. So if he says it now, are they going to arrest the mayor of London? They're going to arrest the mayor of London? The mayor of London? They're going to arrest the mayor of London? The jihad has integrated civilian mindset. Yeah. Every time I see the Wahoo. Oh, okay, yeah. Yes. They're hypocrites in war. Muslims are encouraged to lie. Well, they're encouraged to lie all the time. It's called taqiyya. They're supposed to lie, so that way they can trick you into thinking they're not here to kill you, even though they are. Saw a podcast from across the pond, Ghost Swords, illegal, no serial numbers, have skyrocketed in immigrant no-go zones. Been to Sweden, and yes, the real AF. Okay. Free Chief Wahoo. Man, he was framed. The Sunday Australia attack by suspects linked to the Islamic State militant organization and an earlier knife attack on a synagogue in Manchester, England by Islamic extremists. We know communities are concerned about placards that chant such as globalized intifada. Those using it in the future or in a targeted way should expect the Met or GMP to take action. The joint statement said violent acts have taken place. The context has changed. Words have meaning and consequences. We will act decisively and make arrests. Oh, and it's weird. Wonder if they will send these people to prison for longer times than they actually send the terrorists and rapists do, like they do to the people who insult the terrorists and rapists. Yeah, go arrest all these people. All of them. Arrest them all. Real Muslims don't chant, they send rockets. My favorite team plus the Browns. Oh, Brian's a Cleveland man. Britain has faced scrutiny and criticism from the U.S. under President Trump for how its polices speech, particularly on social media. But the White House has also raised the alarm about the nature of some of the pro-Palestinian protests happening in the U.S. and elsewhere, and the potential for anti-Semitism to spill over into acts of violence against Jews. The Anti-Defamation League, which campaigns against anti-Semitism, says globalize the Intifada chant is a reference of two periods of Palestinian violence against Israel in the late 1980s, and from 2000 to 2005 when Palestinian terrorists committed indiscriminate acts of violence against Israelis, including suicide bombings, shootings, and stabbings, targeting people on city buses, eating in restaurants, or out at nightclubs, resulting in over 1,000 people killed. I'm from Toledo, Ohio. Wow. You know who? I'm trying to think of the name of the guy. There was a famous bootlegger from Toledo, Ohio that owned, he was a lawyer, but what the fuck is his name? I can't think of his name. He had like all the contracts for the medicinal alcohol to sell, and he would sell it. He would put it on trucks, and then he owned the trucks. And then the trucks would get robbed, and so they would. Anyway, boomer adjacent, and my memory isn't what it used to be. But didn't Cain use a pew-pew to slay his brother Abel? Always about the Second Amendment. Yeah. I lived in Baghdad for 6 years. Muslims are crazy, bro. Jihad literally means struggle against the infidels. Islam means peace through submission. Yeah, it's a cult. Yeah, it is. Klinger. Are you thinking of Klingman? Yes, they are. Greg, I don't remember rocks being outlawed. I don't know. It's a death cult, even killing their own people. My workplace was Baghdad in my vacation. Space was home 1 week. Vacation 2 weeks. 2 years work. Okay. Bootlegger Kennedy? No. There was a guy in Toledo. What the fuck was his name? A notorious gangster controlled most of the city's illegal liquor trade. He ended up getting caught by the government because they caught him. Not you're thinking of Joe Kennedy, John Kennedy's father. He was a bootlegger also, but it was like different. The slogan is generally understood as a call for indiscriminate violence against Israel, as potentially against Jews and Jewish institutions worldwide. The ADL continued. Well, yeah, Tommy Licavoli. Yeah. Oh no, Jamie Farr from MASH is the only famous Toledo guy I know. I think this was the guy's name. Jews wouldn't allow rocks to be outlawed because of David versus Goliath. They're racist. Okay. Some pro-Palestinian activists who defend using the phrase argue that it's not inherently a call for violence and is a general rallying cry for resistance. Violent resistance. So that's what they're doing. They're going to start arresting people for saying globalize the Intifada, which, fuck them, I guess. Two men charged. We have this other story coming out. Two men charged with attending a terrorist training in Lebanon linked to Hezbollah. Fury Online's officers refused to label Hezbollah a terrorist group. Brian Ogden says, it's not gay if you tell Jim he's handsome. I won't, well. Ad blocker detected. Please disable your ad blocker software. Say what? All right. We'll try it again.
You had it right there, ignorant. Two police officers, both young, don't take much interest in politics. They didn't pay attention at the briefing. They were sat in the briefing, probably 30, 40, 50 officers, not particularly paying attention. So gone out on the streets, badly briefed, unprofessional by them both. But you have to be realistic about what's happened to our police over the years. The skill base has been really badly denuded. They're much younger than they once were, much less experienced, much less of an understanding of how they fit into their role in society.
You're going to hit the
and
rack.
I just think this is an unfortunate example of what we get now. You pay for what you get. If you don't pay the money, the pay's down 20, 25% on what it once was. Huge recruitment drive to bring loads of people in. That's what you get. They're not politically aware. They don't pay attention to the briefing. They couldn't really care less. They'd probably been moved up to town from a suburb to provide some support up there for public order work. Don't really know half the time what they're up there for. Quite normal. They should really pay more attention at the briefing. And probably the people giving the briefing should have tested understanding by asking questions. So there's some learning there for Metropolitan Police briefing processes and for individual officers, should they wish to make sure they understand why they're there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I should say a lot of people getting in touch asking why this vigil for a now dead leader of a prescribed terrorist organisation in this country was allowed to go ahead in central London.
Well, it's going to have been a judgment call by the police commanders on the ground as to whether or not they thought it was worth pushing the point or risking the public order issues, and it then opens up that whole point again about is there two-tier policing and so on in the country when the balance is drawn as to do we want to risk more disorder? Do we want more problems? Shall we semi-ignore it or just let it pass off? I mean, that's the complexities now of trying to police such a diverse society that we have, particularly in London, where we end up with world politics being played out in the streets of London by people who come from these different places, and then the Metropolitan Police or other police forces expected to pick themselves way that minefield, which for the people who are turning up is extremely emotive, although for those two cops clearly not, or they would have taken more interest. But that's the challenges of public order policing.
Wow. Okay. Wow. That's interesting. So, 2 men have been charged with terrorism offenses after allegedly attending a training in Lebanon, police have confirmed. Mohammed Kassir and Anis Moki are alleged to have traveled the country and received terrorism training from the proscribed organization Hezbollah in 2021. Remember, the Pope wears a dress. 2 men who both live in central London are due to appear in the Westminster Magistrate Court on Tuesday. They've been charged with 6 offenses, including being involved in the preparation of terrorist attacks in 2024. He's also been charged with expressing an opinion or belief that was supportive of Hamas, an expressed opinion and belief that was supportive of Hezbollah, and distributing or circulating a terrorist publication, namely a Hezbollah video. Yeah, I saw that Buck Rogers passed away. That's Gil Gerard was his name. Gil Gerard, great guy, good actor. Buck Rogers. So they arrested people on Tuesday. I don't know why this is. So, 2 men charged. Let's do this. Gil Gerard, best known for his role as Buck Rogers, has passed away. Gil was a lovely guy. Over the past 15 years, he and I often sat next to each other at Dragon Con in Atlanta. Rest easy, sir. Yeah, Buck Rogers. Wow, the Pope, what is it? Just some guy with money and a stick. Yeah, well. Rest in peace, Mr. Rogers. All right. Not only you guys follow drill rap at all? You know who drill rapper K Flock is? This story. The reason I'm covering this story is because the defense attorney actually made the claim that there's no way that this guy could be the head of a gang because he's retarded. He said, no, he's a retard. He can't be the head of a gang. He's a retard. Like, he's a drill rapper. So clearly, a drill rapper is retarded. Clearly. Brown, the subject, likely confused streets like Manning with East Manning, causing them to circle the wrong neighborhood looking for an address. Okay. Oh, you love the show? Saw the theatrical version of Buck in theaters. Also has episode with Buster Crabbe, favors the space van. Odd that they're always the smallest and dressed in white. F no. Well, that's what I said, bud. Technically not supposed to say retarded. Okay. Brown, let's just say if we'd been on the right street, almost the same name, they would have been standing in front of a Jewish professor's house. Oh, so they were looking. So that's what I'm thinking. Like, that's what I'm saying, Chooch. That's why I think, Chooch, that the MIT, they immediately said that the 2 shootings weren't related. How the fuck would they know? They're related. I've got a whole board here with string, and I'm tying knots, and I'm going, and I'm telling you, Brookline vibes. Yeah. Yep, they're related. So drill rapper K Flock sentenced to 30 years for gang violence as judge swats away intellectual disability defense. Is this supposed to be a video? What is going on here? Drill rapper K Flock couldn't have headed a ruthless crew that terrorized the Bronx with rampant gun violence because he has intellectual disability, his lawyer argued, as the convicted gangster was hit with decades behind bars on Tuesday. You can call it Bennett-Benn syndrome. Yeah. The Roman Catholic Church was built on sand. We're 99 away from an additional 13 minutes. Let's rally, people. Actually, no, we're not. I mean, if we have 10 minutes left. If we get the $99, we would add another hour onto it. That's how that works. I add the hour on. We've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes. We've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes. So 2.5 hours is the show. I add an extra hour on for the money, so that gives us 3.5 hours. So we have, if we were to get it, that would give us another hour on top of it. So we'd have a 4.5 hour show. Intellectually disabled is code for low IQ, right? Today, Brookline official asked for patience as police continue to investigate MIT professor's killing. That sounds familiar. Yes. So no, we are not 99 away from an additional 13 minutes. We're 99 away from an hour and 13 minutes. Alabama John says he wants to talk to you right now. He is also live on Rumble. Come by when you are able to. Hey, Purple BTW, dude. I'm starting to think you're just here trying to get people. So basically, I was right, 13 minutes away from $94. That's right. Incompetence to Norman. Jim gave us bonus time. It's Christmas. It's Christmas time in Hollis Greens. Mom's cooking chicken and collard greens. Something macaroni and cheese. And Santa's going to put presents under the tree or something. I don't know the fucking words. It's been a long time since I heard that Run DMC song, but it's a great song. Judge Louis Lindman rejected the 22-year-old PSA hitmaker's bid for leniency, sentencing him to 30 years in prison during a packed hearing in Manhattan federal court. Since retarded is a faux pas. Yeah, so we just say he's intellectually disabled. Make sure you get stuffing. The stuffing is very important. Lol, Jim. Then again, it has the high roller icon. That holds deep. The life of the street seems to be all you have ever known. That's sad and it's tragic, Lemon told the rapper, whose real name is Kevin Perez, was on a Beavis and Butthead movie soundtrack, was it? I don't know. He doesn't... Retarded is a medical term. Yeah. I use fire retarded all the time, when I want to put a fire out. Flock was convicted at a trial in March of racketeering, conspiracy, and serious assault and weapons raps. And a mechanical term. Yeah. He's a rapper. Ben Butthead called Kevin Perez a tootie booty. Or is it tootie booty? Fresh and fruity. Reese, yes. We need more retard chambers. Yes. Yes, retardant. That's what I said. Your crimes were extremely aggravated. That's right. They were so aggravating. It aggravated the shit out of everybody, your crimes. You showed callous disregard for life. As Flock's teary-eyed friends and family looked on, you taunted, you celebrated, and you helped create the culture of violence. The culture of the cult of violence personality or something. Like Mussolini and Gandhi. Oh, you shot up a bunch of places in the Bronx. Hamburger says, take care, guys. Much love. Okay, you're leaving. It's a tootie booty. Fresh and fruity. Need more abbreviated uses for retardation. No, you tard. A jury convicted Flock in March for his role in the gang-fueled Bronx shooting spree between 2020 and 2022 and an upper Manhattan burst of gun violence that resulted in the murder of 24-year-old Huascar Hernandez. The jailed musician had argued that he should serve just 10 years rather than a whopping 50 federal prosecutors had asked for, and made the head-scratching claim that he couldn't have led the Sebside DOA crew due to his purported disability. Yeah. Damn, Jim, I love that song. I did too. Nick Reiner wears only vacant stare, suicide smock, and shackles as he makes first court appearance for murder of parents. Oh, man, I just listened to that fine singing voice. Hey, gotta go. I don't end up a retard style for tomorrow. No, you're fine. I'm taking my retard body to bed. Tomorrow's going to be a great day. That's awesome. Awesome, all you guys. The prosecution star witness, a fellow member of the crew. So they had a rat. They had a rat that turned them in, man. I hate rats. They should have probably, just done the old-fashioned thing that says nobody's talking, everybody's walking. That in fact had managed Flock. His lawyers claimed in a pre-sentencing filing, but Lyman said he was unconvinced that Flock suffered from intellectual deficits, citing trial evidence showing the rapper's success in the movie industry. Oh, what's up? We got Living Color. Oh, I know. Yeah, 20 on Cash App. What do you know? Well, thank you. Yes, you did. Thank you. So see, with that 20, we are now only $79 away from a second additional hour. And so, as is always the case with Jim Tells You, as long as the show is going, the tally is running. So if we were to hit it before the show ends, we would extend the show at that point. So thank you, World Radio 332, for the 20 on the Cash App. And they have tarred strength. That's right. You got to watch out. You have the best timing on dropping a, what are you, retarded? Yeah. Walking 5 miles a day in Ohio winter is amazing. We're $34 away from keeping Jim from being homeless. That's right. Only you can prevent forest fires. Yeah, Corn Pop was a bad dude. The feds had blasted the argument as Flock's transparent attempt to deflect responsibility in any way he can. He was the one leading the charge on the street, not the other way around, said Southern District of New York Attorney John J. Clayton wrote in a Friday court filing. Flock, whose real name, celebrated the verdict on Instagram and taunted the judge as star witness. Tallywhacker, yeah. Retard strong, that's right. Corn Pop, also a broke dude. Well, over the course of less than 18 months, Flock and his fellow gang members engaged in a campaign of violence, deepening existing gang rivalries and instigating new feuds where none had previously existed. I can't get all the allotted funds for my undercover operation. Oh, okay. Dozens of people were shot at, injured, and even killed during this short period of time due to the increased gang violence whipped up in part by Flock. Waka Flocka Flocka. Flock was convicted of racketeering, conspiracy, and various serious weapons assault charges, but acquitted of a murder rap after his attorneys argued that on December 16th, 2021 shooting of Hernandez outside of a Hamilton Heights barbershop was done in self-defense. Block, block. Wearing a gray suit and in handcuffs and shackles, the embattled rapper, who was 18 years old at the time of Hernandez's shooting, said Tuesday that he had gained a new perspective on life in his years in lockup. What's that? Fozzie mentioned. Okay. Oh, Jim, you forgot to post the Rumble link on X. I meant to mention that earlier. Yeah, I forgot to post anything on X. I didn't post the Rumble link. I didn't post the YouTube link. I didn't post the Kick link. I didn't post the Snapchat link. I didn't post the Twitch link. I didn't post the Umbrella link. I don't know. I'm just making up words now. Oh, hey, Mr. Dr. Meganauts. What's up, man? Great to see you. Who I was at 18 is not who I is today. This time in my life has wisened me up. Looking forward, I want to do better. He posted it under the live earlier. Okay. I started helping my family financially at 12 years old, he said. I was just a kid and I didn't know no better. Yet I found God. I feel like I needed to go through the darkness to find the light. But just a few months ago, Flock had appeared unapologetic when celebrating his mixed verdict on social media. Yeah, would it be? Reminded me of Bubba Jump Shrimp. Yeah, shrimp Creole, shrimp cornbread, shrimp and grits, shrimp kebab, shrimp burger, stewed shrimp, fried shrimp, grilled shrimp, Cajun shrimp, buffalo shrimp. I started smoking weed 7 years old, called me Glory. Jim Jiminin, Jim Jiminin, Jim Jim Jerry. Another one, only sorry he got caught. He boasted in an Instagram post. I beat the top count, claimed I made the judge cry. He said now he's not forced to give me life. Never fold, never will. Damn tippos. Hey, the Craig Allen OG rated the stream. Thank you. Does my dislike make me sound racist? Well, I don't care. Should have been a Jim Jiving. Jive talking, getting around. You got me jive talking, dancing to the ground. Hey, what's up? Thanks for Craig Allen OG has rated the stream. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Flock was also wrote on Instagram in all caps, kill all rats. As you come in from the raid, hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe, which prosecutors called an unmistakable shot as the Fed's witness who testified against him. The facts demonstrate the defendant has not meaningfully changed, prosecutors wrote to the judge. What's it say? Senate case says, Leo Toast, what's up? Nice to see you. And then Jay Disciple, Junior Disciple, what's up? Nero. There was something up here I wanted to check too. Where are we at? There's another story that I saw here. I wanted to pull up when we were going through this. We passed over. Rob Reiner's daughter found his body but didn't initially realize her ma was also murdered. Wow. Sports reporter, husband dead in suspected murder-suicide with son 3 found safely nearby. Oh, man. What's up with that dude's hair? It looks like it's like painted on. And she's got that line. Look at that line running down her face. She's making that face like, oh, man. That was the story, but I guess. K Flock sentenced to 30 years for conviction in shooting. Snitches get stitches, then ditches. No accountability leads to more violence, especially when one is oppressed. That's right. We making hot takes. Yeah, we making them. Yeah, follow the Craig OG here on Rumble. Yeah, give him a follow. There we go. This is from Billboard magazine. K Flock sentenced to 30 years in prison. The judge called the rapper a man of promise, but said lengthy prison sentence was necessary for 4 separate shootings. Okay. All right. Then we got this story of a lovely lady who was living with 3 girls of her own.
A man was arrested in New Iberia. You've heard about this, accused of planning an attack on ICE agents in New Orleans.
Dion Guillory has new information on that from newly unsealed federal court documents. Dion.
Those new details just coming out in these court documents, a 15-page criminal complaint. FBI agents arresting a former Marine from New Iberia who they say planned to attack ICE agents in New Orleans as part of a larger terror plot.
There's no such thing as a former Marine. Once a Marine, always a Marine. That's all I'll say about that. If you could cook, that would be awesome, man. Cook, Jim. What's up, Highway 3000? Great to see you. I was thinking about doing a cooking stream, but I don't know. He must have ran out of crayons. I guess what I'm thinking, maybe he had that pack, like the 128 crayon pack, and there's former Marines, and then there's a farmer's nurse. A farmer nurse. Cindy, whatever that means.
FBI agents say they stopped Micah James Legnon while he was driving on Highway 90 toward New Orleans. Documents show that
This guy's last name is Ligma, like Ligma Balls.
Say they stopped Micah James Legnon while he was driving on Highway 90 toward New Orleans. Documents show the feds found this body armor in Legnon's car, along with an assault rifle, a pistol, and a gas canister. The FBI saying Legnon was under surveillance due to his ties to an extremist group plotting bombings in Los Angeles. That group goes by the name Turtle Island Liberation Front. The FBI saying Legnon used the aliases Kateri and Black Witch when talking with the group. In a text message, Legnon is said to have told the group, "I can work with everyone and get y'all caught up on urban tactics, as well as home inaccuracy and combat shooting." The FBI saying a search of Legnon's home found sniper training manuals, SWAT training manuals, assault rifles, and multiple rounds of
He's
ammunition.
happy.
In addition to being a former military member, Legnon is also a former officer with the New Iberia Police Department. He's charged with 1 count of threats in interstate commerce. This case is still under investigation tonight. At the First Alert Desk, Dion Guillory, WAFB.
Wow. So he's smiling. Look at him. What is that tattoo? Some kind of butterfly or something on his neck? I can't tell what that is on his neck. Mika Legnon. I wonder if he's Mika James Legnon faces federal charges of threats in interstate commerce. I'm wondering if that, or is that a Thunderbird or something on some kind of weird thing, or is that Black Witch something, probably some kind of weird gamer LARPer. He looks kind of chunky for being a former Marine. Agents say they watched Legnon load an assault rifle and body armor into his vehicle before traveling toward New Orleans on Highway 90. ICE and Customs Border Patrol agents have been operating in Greater New Orleans and Greater Baton Rouge area for 2 weeks. He said Legnon was affiliated with the Turtle Island Liberation Front, the TILF, an anti-government group. Members of that organization were arrested in connection with planning a New Year's Eve bombing in Los Angeles, according to federal documents. Legnon uses the aliases Katari or Black Witch within the group. That's the guy, gay butterfly of death on his neck, man. Okay. He ate the toxic crayons. Yeah, he wasn't supposed to. Marine, yeah. Porky turtle ass is going to prison. Dude is Air Force. They're saying Marine. They're saying Marine. Lick my Johnson, lick my balls, same thing. Yeah, what the fuck is that? I don't know. All 3 had hairy legs, just like their mother. The youngest one had curls. Until one day, this lady met this fellow who was a raging homosexual who died of AIDS. And then the mother slept with Greg because he wasn't gay. Oh, thanks. Chunky and soft. There are a few former Marines who have been disowned. John Wayne Bobbitt, for example. Straight to Angola with him. He can use grounds beautifications at Angola. The gay butterfly of death is a legit syndrome of turtle boys. Okay. Black Moon. Yeah, we can get good salad 4 days. That would be great. Yeah, you get a good salad 4 days. That would be great. A search warrant executed at Legnon's New Iberia home revealed sniper training manuals, SWAT training manuals, assault rifles, and multiple rounds of ammunition. There's nothing wrong with having sniper training manuals or SWAT training manuals. Everyone should read those. Why Angola? Because, well, Angola, I think, is a state prison, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's not. Is Angola a federal prison or state prison? A former Marine from New Iberia was arrested December 12th. Corn Pop has been training in ninja warfare under the border of a tree. It's extremely disturbing to find out that someone from Louisiana was arrested for his role in planning an attack on federal immigration enforcement agents in New Orleans. While the FBI is on the lead on investigation, state charges can be lodged, and we're going to seek him. It's grateful for this extraordinary work from the Director Cash Patel and his aide to keep American state from the extremist terrorists doing a dick harm on the great important name of the American people. Former Marine connected to South California terror arrest was planning an attack in New Orleans. Hunky dory dooray. That was my Craig Allen. I need a new computer. The FBI has arrested a Louisiana man with alleged ties to members of an extremist group who were taken into custody for planning a New Year's Eve attack in Southern California. Micah James Legnon, a former Marine and former police officer, was arrested Saturday in New Iberia, Louisiana, which is a 2-hour drive from New Orleans. Officials say Legnon is suspected to be associated with the Turtle Island Liberation Front. The group calls for liberation through decolonization and tribal sovereignty. Based on court documents, federal authorities described the group as a far-left, pro-Palestine, anti-government, anti-capitalist group. Liberia is a clue, which leads back to the Tamales people. In the California case, a member of the group created a detailed plan to bomb 5 or more businesses across Southern California on New Year's Eve. The plot included planting backpacks filled with complex pipe bombs that were set to be detonated simultaneously at midnight on New Year's Eve. So they were planning on doing the bombing from Fight Club, where they bombed a bunch of buildings that synchronized at midnight on New Year's Eve. Gary Edwards, homeless convict, aggravated assault, was acquitted for an unprovoked knife attack at the Max Line because the victim said the N-word after the attack. Portland is a cesspool. Wow. Who brings a pipe bomb with a backpack to a non-backpack party? That's fucked up, Greg. I know. I visited one or two of them. Look at the one down in Miami behind the zoo. I thought it was a resort. Federal is too cushy for him. Is that Stark? That's not Stark, right? Legnon, 29, was arrested on charges of making threats over interstate commerce, according to the charging documents. Prosecutors say Legnon shared an image in a group chat with members of the Turtle Island Liberation Front last week that indicated he was preparing to travel to New Orleans to attack immigration and custom enforcement officers. When law enforcement searched his residence, they found sniper training manuals and all that stuff. The person arrested in Louisiana is not directly tied to this incident, but he's a member of the group. And when they executed the search warrant out here, he posed a great threat to the agency. He threatened the agents. So that's what they do. That's how they do. Because of his alleged affiliation with those arrested in Southern California on Monday, Legnon was under surveillance by the FBI earlier this month. Stark is near Gainesville. That was old Sparky's home there, Camp Blanding. Okay. Agents allegedly saw Legnon load an assault rifle and body armor into his vehicle. Yeah, somebody hit the damn like button, please. Let's see where we're at with likes. Let me look. $127 likes and 145 people watching right now. I mean, that's down. We had 175 people watching at one time. But, so, I don't know. And this AP just says, plans for attack in New Orleans thwarted. We got this. Jack Smith arrives for a private interview with House Judiciary Committee. Weaponize the truth.
Committee, Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan. Congressman, Mr. Chairman, always good to see you. Welcome back.
You too. Thanks for having me.
I was at an event last night in Washington. I run into that very powerful man named Russell, your guy, who says the boss is making some big news tomorrow. You better get him on the show. That's how the sausage is made. So here you are.
Yes.
Yeah. Why did you subpoena Jack Smith? He gave me a little heads up last night.
Well, we've already deposed 3 of his key deputies, Mr. Bratt, Mr. Wyndham, Mr. Cooney, who worked first on Arctic Frost and then became part of the Jack Smith's special counsel investigation. So we've already subpoenaed them. We actually referred one. We referred Mr. Wyndham to the Justice Department. We don't do that often, but we did it because he was trying to obstruct our investigation, wouldn't answer questions, asserted all kinds of privileges that weren't appropriate. I mean, you can assert privileges. We have a constitution, but what he was doing just was
The
obstruction.
meeting was behind closed doors so that people can leak stuff that they want to leak and not other stuff.
It seems like Jack Smith is surveilling half the members, Republican members of Congress, and a whole bunch of other Americans. And for some people like me, it was for 2.5 stinking years, knowing who called you, when you called them, how long the call lasts, and if you initiated the call, they know where you're at when you did so. Yeah. That is frightening because they can pattern your entire life, who you're calling when. I mean, it's just creepy. That's what these guys did, not to mention all the other things they did to President Trump in the course of these investigations.
Absolutely.
So we're bringing him in. We're bringing him in to ask questions.
Yeah, and here's the subpoena. We'll put it up on the screen. What do you think is the benefit of actually dragging him in and getting him under oath? I believe his lawyers are saying that he will come. Is December 17th the day? And what are some of your most important questions to get him on the record?
And go
we don't reveal the questions we're going to ask,
House.
particularly when it's a deposition they're coming in. But the advantage of a deposition before you do anything in a public setting is that you get so much more time. You can have them there all day long. You get a full hour where some of our key counsel, some of our key lawyers on our staff have a full hour to ask him questions. Then it goes to the Democrat side, then it's back to our side, and you can go back and forth all day long. Versus when you're in a committee, it's 5 minutes per member. Now, we may, in fact, go to a committee at some point, but we think it's important to start here. And we continue to get information, documents from the Justice Department, from the FBI, from the archives, from everywhere. We're bringing this information in and getting it as a way to prepare for the deposition that's slated to take place on the 17th of December.
Great. We'll be looking forward to that. Now, you heard me say at the top of the show that I did a little reporting in Washington where people around the president are telling me that some of the data, the polling data they're worried about, shows that some of the MAGA base, I'm sure you've heard this in private, they're like basically saying, as it was described to me, the president ran against the man, whether it's Jack Smith, Joe Biden, and all the lawfare. But now he's the man. This is the paradox of power, which you face as well as a chairman. You ran as an outsider to the Freedom Caucus, and now you're in power. And your base is saying, sir, where's the arrests? Where's the accountability? Are you afraid some patriots out there will stay home in the midterms if you do this deposition and it doesn't get anywhere?
No. We just do our work. Now, we can't indict anyone because I get that question as I'm traveling around our district, traveling around the country. Yeah. You know, Jordan, when is someone going to jail? I always remind them that's not how our system works. We're the legislative branch. We can do oversight, part of our constitutional duty. We can't indict anyone. But we can do the investigations and get the facts for the people and then look for possible and potential legislative remedies or ways to help with whatever took place with the weaponization of government under the Biden administration. And we've done all that. And then where appropriate, we can refer people for prosecution. So we did that with Mr. Wyndham, as I said earlier. Yeah. But we've also done it for John Brennan, because John Brennan definitely lied to us when we deposed him last Congress, and we got information from Tulsi Gabbard that showed he lied to us when we deposed him just 2 years ago. So we referred him, and again, as I said, we don't do that often. It's got to be warranted. The facts have to be there, and so we've done it for both of those individuals, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Wyndham.
Yeah, and we want to see accountability. I know you're trying to get it. Now, moving on to Biden and more of his weaponization, President Trump now pardoning a Democrat, which you don't see a lot. Your colleague Henry Cuellar and his wife, they were indicted. They're about to face a trial. Now the president's pardoning them. And what I think is significant is that the president is saying that basically Joe Biden was on a witch hunt even against the Democrat congressman and his wife, because this is a congressman who was going after Biden about the border, not saying he wasn't strong enough. We saw this maybe with Senator Menendez, another Democrat as well. He went after Joe Biden on Iran and other topics, and then all of a sudden they start getting indicted. Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I don't know if that was the situation, but you have to wonder with this group when you see everything else they did. I mean, I point to the fact that all these members of Congress they were getting the phone logs on, as we talked about. Maybe they were, because Henry Cuellar, I've served with him for a number of years. Good man, nice man, a friend of mine. Talked to him on the floor. I talked to him today, for goodness sake. And he does represent the border, and he did speak out against the open border policy that Joe Biden had, where they just simply let people come in, didn't follow the law, didn't enforce the law. So maybe that was the case. I don't know. What I do know is the pardon power is an exclusive power our Constitution gives to the president, and he can exercise it how he wants to, and he chose to do it today for our colleague, Mr. Cuellar.
There you go. Last thing then on the accountability question. I find it interesting. You and others, James Comer, have been pushing for accountability on Biden's auto pen, and now the president's declaring that he believes everything used by the auto pen, according to the commander-in-chief, is now null and void, whether it's a proclamation or a pardon. Final question. Is that going to stick? Is this just something on Truth Social, or is it really going to be undone, some of the pardons of Fauci or others?
I don't know that there's, I mean, that's a short answer, but I do believe that probably short of a whistleblower coming forward and saying, yeah, there were times when the auto pen was used where Joe Biden did not in any way give approval for that. There was no process, because the former president has stated that, well, we had a process. Certain protocols followed, and if those were met, things like the guidelines I'd laid out, then it was signed, and I was okay with that. Well, short of someone coming and saying that process wasn't followed, and that it was just done, and he didn't know what was going on, I think it's tough to prove that. I do think it's a problem. I think it's wrong, and I think the country saw how, unfortunately, it was that President Biden just wasn't up to the task. But I think you probably need a whistleblower to get some kind of criminal prosecution.
It's pretty rich that the Democrats, as we played that CNN clip, are now questioning.
Yeah, they're all questioning Trump. So Special Counsel Jack Smith arrived on Capitol Hill for a closed-door interview with the House Republicans on Wednesday after lawmakers rebuffed his offer to testify publicly about his investigations. The private deposition is part of ongoing investigation by the Republican-led House Judiciary into the Justice Department's criminal inquiries into Trump during the Biden administration. So that's what's going on there. Let's see, is there something else I want to cover? This is a good one. Former Harvard morgue manager sentenced for selling body parts. I thought Bella died for a minute. No, she's fine. Let me fix the camera though. I got her. I was able to distract her. There we go. Don't tease Bella with taking her outside and then not take her outside. That's dog abuse. She's poor Bella. She's right in the middle of a dream about Rin Tin Tin. Yeah, no. She's going to be going out very shortly, unless a big whale comes in. So, former Harvard morgue manager sentenced for selling body parts. A former morgue manager at Harvard Medical School was sentenced Tuesday to 8 years in prison for stealing and selling body parts donated for scientific research. Cedric Lodge. Cedric the Entertainer Lodge, 58, pleaded guilty to trafficking stolen remains, which include internal organs, brains, skin, hands, faces, and dissected heads from 2018 through at least March of 2020. See, now I got to fix the camera again because she went and did exactly what went back to her. She must enjoy laying like that, is all I can say. Investigators say Lodge and his wife, Denise, took body parts from the school near Boston to their home in Goffstown, New Hampshire, as well as locations in Massachusetts and Pennsylvania, without the knowledge or permission of his employer, the donor, or the donor's family before shipping them to buyers in other states. Yeah, we still live? What's his name? Igor? Yeah. Yeppers. Abby something. Abby Normal. Abby Normal? Abnormal? Young Frankenstein. Great movie with Corey Feldman's father, Marty Feldman, in it, by the way. Denise Lodge, 65, was sentenced to 1 year in prison. The Justice Department said in a statement she pleaded guilty in April. I napped on you, Jim. What hump? The Humpty Dance. Here's your chance to do the hump. Oh, tell me, baby. Do the Humpty Hump. Do the Humpty Hump. Well, literally, Bella is dreaming about peeing, and you're hindering her. Harvard Medical School in Boston. Yes. Today's sentencing is another step forward in ensuring those who orchestrated and executed this heinous crime are brought to justice. Inspector in charge of the Philadelphia Division of the Postal Inspection Service said the trafficking in stolen human remains through the U.S. mail is a disturbing act that victimizes already grieving families. Yeah. If she needs to go out, she lets Jim know. Yeah, she'll let me know. Do the dance. Those are some knockers. Pronounced with an umpty. The Justice Department said the human remains sold by Lodge were subsequently resold at a profit. Several of these buyers have been sentenced to jail time or were awaiting sentencing, the statement said. Oh, wow. San Jose engineer convicted in a PG&E transformer bombings gets 10-year prison sentence. Wow. Wow. Funeral home owners accused of stashing decaying bodies agree to plea deal again. There was another one here I wanted to see. There was another picture that I wanted to see. I think it's this one, maybe the Boston Herald. So this is the manager. This is the morgue manager right here, Cedric, the entertainer. They sent it through the mail. The freaking postal inspectors are just about the only law enforcement in our government that's consistent and works. Not smart. Cedric Lodge. Here's Cedric Lodge. Cedric Lodge. That's what he looks like. I couldn't have got a better picture. But I saw another picture in this article that I wanted to try to figure out what it was. He was sentenced Tuesday by Chief United States District Judge Matthew W. Braun of 8 years. Denise Lodge was sentenced to 12 months and 1 day. Previously pled guilty to interstate transport of stolen human remains. Yep, he looks like a morgue manager. I don't trust him because he's black and his name is Cedric the Entertainer Cousin. That's right. Stolen remains, your human remains, including organs, brain, skin, hands, faces, dissected, all that stuff. After they sold them, remains sold by Lodge were transported from the morgue in locations Salem, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania. He alleged selling the remains to Joshua Taylor, 46, of Warnerville, PA, Andrew Asanian of Montgomery, Lycoming County, and others. Taylor pleaded guilty in May to interstate transport of stolen human remains. Taylor admitted he bought the remains knowing they had been stolen from the morgue and then transported them to New Hampshire from Pennsylvania. Taylor is awaiting sentencing. Many of the remains purchased by Lodge were resold for profit, including to Susquehanna County, who pleaded guilty to somebody of Paulie is awaiting sentencing. So you guys want to see one of the people that bought the stuff? This should be the best show on earth. Jim reads almost every chat. I try. Campaign 20, Biden said, come on, y'all. Come on in, all asylum seekers. And Trump warned us about caravans. Yeah. Well, here, where do you see the guy who bought some of the stuff, all right? This is the guy who bought some of the stuff, all right? Jeremy Lee Pauly. I mean, for really. Now, if they said, Jim, picture in your mind a person who would buy stolen body parts. Now, I can't tell if this is a tattoo on his face or if that's actually like some kind of disease, because I know there was a drug that they were taking to call croc or something that were turning people's faces into like crocodile skin. Or is this like an actual villain from like some Marvel movie or something. It's like, is this a guy like Doc? You know, like not Doc Ock. What was that guy's name? The Croc, Human Croc or something. James Ojimbo says China. Yes, yeah. Cannibals still exist. He bought the farm. Yes, gross. I know. RoboCop gangster. Yeah. Body mod freak. Yeah, it's hard to tell with AI now. I mean, but look at the spikes coming out of the top of his head and stuff. That's weird. I don't know if they're just glued on or something. Just wow, 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 wow. Well, everybody, Merry Christmas. Yeah, that thing on his face is called regrets, bad decisions. I hate daddy look. Yeah, transdermal implants. The spikes are definitely in there. Okay. Well, everybody, we've gone for 4 hours tonight. So I gave you all an extra half hour to make up for the time I left the room to take care of my grandson. All that. I wanted to make sure. You ever see that lizard guy? That's what I'm saying. I got 2 horns on my head, and it doesn't make me look gay. So I want to thank everybody who was here. Please remember to hit the like button. Please remember to subscribe, and follow and all that good stuff. I'm going to send you on over to see Pat Dixon. He's doing something tonight. Tell him I said hi. Tomorrow night is Thursday, so if I stream with Joe tomorrow, it will be earlier. It will be around 7-ish in the evening, so if I stream with Joe, it'll be then. If not, I will see you at 9-ish. We'll see what happens. If Joe remembers to send me the link to join, I will join Joe. I want to thank everybody for being here. Please remember to tip your waitstaff. We're here all week. Salem has a huge Wiccan community, not all good witches. I know, I found out in person. Those tattoos, even his eye. Yeah, that's weird, right? P. Diddy? Maybe. Yay, Pat Dixon. Yeah. Thanks, none of your business. Good night. God bless. Yes. Thanks, everybody. Peace.